heap, or from being socked with crushing premium increases, or from losing their jobs or having their hours cut back. If we're all agreed on these objectives, isn't the appropriate course self-evident? Senator Manchin seems to have laid it out very clearly the other day. A temporary continuing resolution to keep the government open, a temporary increase in the debt limit while we complete the normal appropriations process, and a temporary delay in Obamacare until the unintended consequences of its mandates can be corrected. Is that so unreasonable? After all, this administration's already exempted big corporations and more than 1,000 politically connected groups from Obamacare mandates. More revealingly, the administration's protected members of Congress from its crushing costs. That ought to be the ultimate wake-up call. If members of Congress can't afford to meet Obamacare's costs, how do we expect the average American to do so? Why not give everybody the same relief by delaying these mandates until the law can be replaced with provisions that actually fulfill the promises made to the American people when it was enacted? I don't like continuing resolutions at all. Congress has a responsibility to superintend the nation's finances, and it's developed an appropriations process that requires painstaking review of every expenditure of this government. That review involves countless hours of committee work, scores of hours of floor debate, and hundreds of individual amendments. Continuing resolutions cast aside this work and abandon Congress's responsibility over the nation's finances. They shift enormous authority to the executive branch that the founders never intended. I had hoped to be done with continuing resolutions. Those who enacted Obamacare, no doubt, hoped it would lower health care costs and help the economy. Sadly, events in this imperfect world can often disappoint and transfigure our fondest hopes. We've not completed the appropriations process. We need additional time to do so, and we need to correct the damage being done to existing health plan holders and employees by Obamacare. If we could all agree on these objectives, then our course should be clear to all of us. We should fund the government long enough to complete the normal appropriations process, and we should delay Obamacare long enough to preserve the jobs, working hours, and existing health care policies of the millions of Americans who are now losing them. So let's cool the rhetoric and do what this institution is designed to do. Come together in support of the objectives upon which we all agree for the good of the nation and the people who have entrusted us with its care. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barrett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 days. In 3 days, this body threatens to shut down the government. A government shutdown is going to affect millions of Americans. A government shutdown is going to affect middle-class families at a time when our economy is slowly recovering, at a time where people are just starting to feel a little bit better about their home values, at a time where my constituents in Sacramento County are just now starting to feel a little bit better. Mr. Speaker, we can avoid this. Let's do what our history has shown us we can do. President Ronald Reagan was able to work with Speaker Tip O'Neill and get something done. That's what happens in divided government. President Bill Clinton was able to work with Speaker Newt Gingrich and get something done. That's what happens in divided government. You work together. You listen to each other. You don't play this blame game. You act like adults. Let's start talking and let's start listening to one another. That's what the American public wants. They want Democrats and Republicans to bring their best ideas forward, put those ideas on the table, and put the people first. It's not that hard to do. That's what we teach our kids to do. That's what we do for those of us that have worked in the private sector. That's what American families do every day. They learn how to work together. Now, the House is controlled by Republicans, the Senate is controlled by Democrats, and President Obama was reelected as a Democratic president. This is divided government. So, Mr. Speaker, sit down with the president, sit down with the leadership, put the best ideas forward, and compromise. We can't operate in a my way or the highway mentality, a winner-take-all mentality, because that's killing this country. The public is watching, and in these next 3 days, I hope this body acts like adults and we don't start playing the blame game, saying, oh, it's the Republicans' fault, oh, it's the Democrats'. You know, that isn't going to get us anywhere. Yesterday, the Senate passed a continuing resolution to keep the government funded for 2 months. That isn't a solution, but at least it gives us 2 months to act like adults and put together a real budget. Because at its core, that's what we need to do. The number one job for elected officials, for all of us in this body, is to put together a real budget that takes the best Democratic ideas and the best Republican ideas, puts them together, and puts the American people first. Now, we can listen to all the rhetoric that says, oh, the House has passed a budget and we did it on time, the Senate's passed a budget, the President's passed a budget, but the sad fact is all three budgets are different. How do you operate a business like that? How do you manage your household like that? Let's act like adults and let's go to conference. Let's take those three budgets. Let's figure out a solution and a compromise and agree on one budget. And then bring that back to this body. So yes, the Senate passed a continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge you to bring it to this body today. Give us a chance to vote up or down. If you don't like that resolution, then the Republicans control the House, they'll vote down on it. But give us a chance to vote on it, to vote up or down. That's how this should work. The Senate's passed a farm bill. That's important to this country. It's important to my constituents in California and in Sacramento. Give us a chance to vote on that bill up or down. That's how government should work. We've got to start coming together. Now, there are a group of us that are working together. I'm a leader of a group called the Problem Solvers. It's now up to 83 members. It's Democrats and Republicans. We don't agree on everything, but we listen to one another. We put our ideas forward. We want government to work. We want to fix problems, not fight. We want to actually take those ideas. One of the first bills that I passed and I co-sponsored was No Budget, No Pay, which says if we don't actually put a budget together, why should members of this body, why should members of Congress get paid? Nobody else in America gets paid if they don't do their job. Well, this body's not doing their job. No budget, no pay, and we passed it. The Senate passed it, the President signed it into law. So let's actually pass a budget. So if we get 2 months, if we get 3 months in funding the government, let's use those 3 months wisely to pass a budget. The public is watching. Here's 3 things that we could do. Number 1, go to a conference committee. The Senate's appointed folks to talk about their budget. The House has not appointed those folks. Let's get this done, and let's start moving America forward and relieving the debt burden on our kids and grandkids. We could do this. The public is watching. 3 more days. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise first to thank my colleague and friend from California, Mr. Bera, for recognizing that in divided government, which we've had in the past, it's important that we sit down, resolve differences, and we negotiate. And he correctly pointed out that President Reagan in the 1980s was willing to and quick to negotiate with then Speaker of the House, Tip O'Neill, and they accomplished great things. They reformed the tax code in 1982 and 1986. They reformed Social Security by working with Tip O'Neill and Senator Moynihan from New York. And then 12 years later, President Clinton was willing to sit down and speak with then Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, and they performed important things for this country. They reformed welfare and they balanced the budget. And those things weren't easy. Those things took resolution, took resolve, it took willingness to sit down and talk to each other. But here we are in the year 2013, and many of us on this side of the aisle are feeling like we don't have government that's willing to sit down and negotiate. As a matter of fact, this morning it is reported in The Hill, the headline says, Obama to Republicans, I will not negotiate. And so here we are at the 11th hour, ready, willing to compromise, to negotiate with a commander-in-chief and chief executive that will not negotiate with us. What you need in order to compromise many times is time and space. And I'm here today, Mr. Speaker, to express my support for delaying the Affordable Care Act by at least 1 year. Since the law's passage, time has shown that the Affordable Care Act is a misguided effort which has divided Americans on the common goal of affordable access to world-class health care, as opposed to bringing us together to rise to the challenges that we face as a country. What has most of us deeply troubled is that not only will the law leave over 30 million Americans uninsured and forced to pay a tax, but it is forcing physicians to fundamentally question the nature of their profession and its pursuit. The role of the doctor fundamentally changes under this law. As opposed to being a healer, doctors are now bureaucrats. The law erodes the core of American medicine, defined by exceptional medical care practiced by highly trained experts who are driven to innovate and improve for the common good. Instead, this law leads to medicine by bureaucrat and checking off boxes. As for the 30 million who will remain uninsured under the law's design, they will continue to be left outside the healthcare system. Compounding matters, the law also creates countless newly uninsured Americans, something the President told us would not happen, but it is happening in the 8th Congressional District of Pennsylvania, with workplaces struggling to deal with the law's overreach and the law's burdens. Additionally, former President Clinton has highlighted another 500,000 Americans who will become uninsured due to the President's health care law, children. He's referring to it as the family glitch, where the law's complicated formula removes children from their parents' health insurance, leaving them without coverage. Furthermore, nearly 1/3 of those children will not qualify for Medicaid or for CHIP. Glitch? This is a catastrophe. Both the intended and the unintended consequences of the law are far-reaching and will not be fully understood until this week as Americans begin to live under this new system. As was said during the health care debate by the law's supporters, we have to pass the law to find out what's in it. That is the prevailing attitude by people in the Beltway who have continued to put themselves between patients and doctors, workers and workplaces, students and teachers, and families and their faith time and time again. One of the keys to our nation's success is the manner we have adopted to solve problems. It is hardwired into our culture of freedom. Americans believe we can solve our own problems and are more apt to work together when we know the solutions lie in our hands, not in somebody else's. This is what makes America exceptional. While many of us agree that there is some good in the law, there is no telling what else we're about to find out about the health care law and its impact on families, workplaces, and the economy. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell. As Congress struggles to deal with the costs and presumably unintended consequences of the health care law, Americans need answers, and they need answers now. At a minimum, glaring deficiencies like these are reasons for pause. All policymakers, including the President, should take a step back and delay the law's implementation for at least a year to ensure that Americans are being helped and not hurt. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I believe that Obama does in fact care. And that care is evidenced by the fact that we passed the most major piece of health legislation that we have done since the mid-1960s, since Medicare and Medicaid. And so it's amazing to me that I continue to hear colleagues in both the House and the Senate who are attempting to deny the existence of this legislation. Legislation that was passed by both houses of Congress, signed into law by the President of the United States of America, upheld by the Supreme Court, who says that it is indeed constitutional And still there are colleagues trying to deny the existence of this law. That is amazing. As a matter of fact, it's real, it's passed, it's been affirmed, and it's going to stay. My county government, Cook County government, has already, with a waiver, signed up more than 100,000 people just waiting to get enrolled into its county care program. 100,000 people, none of whom will have to worry about pre-existing conditions. 100,000 people in Cook County, none of whose children under 26 will have to worry about having health insurance coverage because they can have it on their parents' policies. 100,000 people, none of whom will have to worry about running out of benefits. 100,000 people in Cook County, one county, who will have their own primary care physician, who will be able to see a doctor and go to the clinic on a regular basis. But that's nothing compared to the more than 30 million people in this country who, for the first time in their lives, will have health insurance coverage. I hear all of the discussions about the negative impact. Well, you ask a person in need of health care, never been able to get it, how much negative impact it's going to have on them. I agree that the Senate has passed a continuing resolution which does not fund the government for the extended period of time that we'd like to see and need to see. But I can tell you I'd rather have that than to have people worrying and wondering whether they're going to be able to see a doctor when they need to see one, or go to the hospital, or take their child to a regular doctor rather than having to go to the emergency room. So I would urge my colleagues, let's be in agreement. Let's be in agreement with the Senate, and let's move right now, today, if not today, tomorrow, to pass a continuing resolution that keeps our government funded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Deficit Day is the symbolic day each calendar year when the federal government runs out of money and begins adding to the already enormous debt. Despite the $2.7 trillion the government is estimated to collect this year from taxes, tariffs, fees, and other sources, on a calendar year basis, the money ran out this past Wednesday, September 25th. As the debt limit approaches in mid-October, the federal government continues to spend money it does not have on things that Americans do not want. Washington is projected to spend over $10 billion per day, and from this point until December 31st, every dollar that it spends from this point on adds to our enormous national debt, which is already nearly $17 trillion. In the last 4 years, Congress has raised the debt limit 7 times. And today, the debt for every man, woman, and child averages over $53,000 per person. Mr. Speaker, families and small businesses from across the United States are forced to live within their means. The federal government should be held to the same standard. If my friends back in my home state of Missouri can successfully balance their budget each year, we should be capable of doing the right thing here in Washington, D.C. That is why I introduced an amendment to the Constitution to require the government to produce a balanced budget each and every year. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with all my House and Senate colleagues to pass a budget, to balance a budget, and reduce our national debt. I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record an article which appeared in Wednesday's Wall Street Journal entitled "Happy Deficit Day, Uncle Sam."
Ordered.
Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn, for 5 minutes.
Just permission to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my fellow members of Congress to delay Obamacare for 1 year. President Obama has already delayed the employer mandate, and now he has delayed the opening of the small business exchanges. He has already signed into law 7 changes to the health care law. It's clear that Obamacare is not ready to be rolled out. One of my constituents, Nicole, who manages her household budget for her family of 5, called me recently to say her health care premiums are skyrocketing as a result of Obamacare. Her insurance company notified her that her family's monthly premiums will go from $431 to $1,003. Her insurer told her that under Obamacare she might qualify for subsidies to offset that increase. But Nicole, like many Americans, doesn't want a subsidy. She doesn't want to take a government handout. Her family is responsible, self-reliant, and they don't want to be bailed out by their neighbors. The federal government is broke and cannot afford another large entitlement program, even if Obamacare would work, which it won't. It's time to admit the obvious. Obamacare is not ready for prime time. Let's delay it by at least 1 year and protect millions of Americans from its harmful effects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as we all know, we have important deadlines approaching this coming Monday on our budget fiscal year, the Farm Bill, as well as what we see impending with the Obama healthcare takeover of the exchanges implementation. What do we get a lot of around here? Drama. Lots of drama. From the left, from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, from in the press, saying government shutdown, government shutdown. My daughter, who's in school, she tries to avoid drama at school with her friends and stick to what she knows she needs to get done. Yet around here, that's a pretty big byproduct instead of the work we should be doing, a lot of key things to make our country run better, fiscally sound. That would be, for example, working towards actually balancing the budget long term. What I see the plans are coming from the White House over in the Senate, there is no plan to move towards a balanced budget in the future. It's going to take hard work. It's going to be difficult. There'll be a lot of infighting and caterwauling in this place in order to try and move to that direction. But Republicans actually offer a plan to, in the future, move towards a balanced budget, to make those lines finally come together after many, many years of overspending. We don't see those ideas come from the other side. Unfortunately, we're not going to get out of this pattern of having to raise the debt ceiling until we achieve the balanced budget that we need so direly in this country. That's a dirty little secret. Debt ceilings are going to be part of our future until we can truly get to balance. So real solutions are needed that move us in that direction. Not more drama. Mr. Speaker, stop the drama. And let's get together and work on these solutions. I heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talking about this morning. Let's do real budgets instead of CRs. I don't like doing continuing resolutions either. I guess it's a way to keep the government open in the meantime until we can come to agreement, but we have to have some kind of fiscal reality that says that we can't keep spending more than we take in. We can't keep implementing a program like the Obama healthcare takeover that's killing jobs, that's giving people less choices on their health care, that's running doctors out of the business. It's no fun for them anymore when they see this coming down upon them. Let's go to free market approaches. Let's go to what the Republican Study Committee is working on with the American Health Reform Act,
which gives people choices, which actually addresses the high-risk pools and allows people that are in a permanent situation needing long-term health care to find those solutions. Instead, we get something that we see is not going to work. Look at all the delays in implementation of the healthcare exchanges. Delay after delay after delay. Yeah, we need delay because it isn't working. So instead, we hear threats, government shutdown. You Republicans are doing this, you're doing that. Mr. Speaker, let's stop the drama and get to the real solutions. Let's do the math on the Obama healthcare takeover, how it's not going to work. Let's do the math on how the CRs are not really a solution but a temporary measure. Let's do the math on getting towards a truly balanced budget sometime in the future that the Republican House has offered and doesn't seem to be coming at all from the White House when we've asked the White House, do you have a plan to balance the budget? Or the Senate, do you have a plan to balance the budget? Ever. We don't see them. We have to balance them in our own personal lives, around our households, our businesses. Yet why does government continue to have a blank check to get away with it with the taxpayers' money, with the taxpayers' future? How many trillions of dollars of debt do we have to get to before we're actually going to learn this lesson that we're going to leave for the coming generations? I want to be part of a solution that moves these lines together so we get to a balanced budget sometime in the near future, not never. This nation requires it. If we want to have jobs, we want to have the prosperity that we once knew, we need to go back in that direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask this body, I ask our colleagues in the Senate, I ask the White House, let's stop with the drama. Let's get back to the table and negotiate. When our president says he will not negotiate with us, the American public should be appalled that in the process of the give and take of the institutions our founders set up here with these three branches of House, Senate, and White House, supposed to get together, compromise, hammer things out, argue, get along, all those things, that when one branch of that does not want to get together and even talk and compromise, but instead is willing to be on the phone with Iran or Russia and not our own colleagues, we should be appalled. Let's get back together. Let's stop the drama of the name calling, of threatening government shutdown, where Republicans are not moving towards that at all, but actually trying to find solutions. Let's get it done for the American people. I think the American public demands that. Let's have solutions. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President in his remarks to the country yesterday demonstrated a willingness for diplomacy and negotiations. Sadly, any leadership he reflected in his remarks was a willingness to communicate and negotiate with the terrorist states of Iran and Syria, and not the United States House of Representatives. What the President also made clear was his unwillingness to serve the will and the concerns of the majority of American citizens, families, and businesses when it comes to their health care. Health care is one of the more intimate issues in America. There should be no surprise of the emotional reaction and rejection by the majority of the country when this legislation is passed unilaterally by one party without adequate debate or vetting and mandated on 311 Americans. The September 4th to the 23rd Real Clear Politics compilation of 7 major national polls showed that an average of 52% of Americans are opposed or against the Affordable Care Act, while only 38.7% are for or in favor of this law. Mr. Speaker, I understand the political divide that unfortunately exists in Washington, but what I do not get is how the President ignores the will of the majority of the American people. We expect leadership from the President, but there is no leadership when the direction you want to take the country is rejected as the wrong direction by the majority of American citizens. Now, some have said that the Affordable Care Act is the law, so just implement it. Well, that makes a dangerous assumption that Congress never gets it wrong. History certainly shows precedents that Congress can and has corrected the mistakes that it has made. Prohibition, which was repealed in 1933, had been fairly unpopular, probably more disliked than even Obamacare. More recently, the Medicare Catastrophic Coverage Act of 1988, a bipartisan bill, was intended to provide supplemental health care insurance for the elderly, but it also included a surtax on middle and upper income seniors and was quickly repealed when the will of the majority of Americans was taken into consideration. Now, what is more dangerous than government that may err on occasion are supposed leaders that are incapable of recognizing error and taking a course of correction. Mr. Speaker, the Senate Democrats yesterday recklessly voted to disregard the will of the American majority and essentially endorsed a government shutdown rather than take any course of correction on what is a fundamentally flawed law that is raising premiums and already limiting access. In my home state of Pennsylvania, countless children in disadvantaged homes are covered under the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. The CHIP program originated in Pennsylvania and provides support to parents of these children to allow them to buy health insurance for their children from the commercial insurance market. CHIP program provides access to quality health care, not with government-run programs, but through a partnership with the private sector. Under Obamacare, these children are being ripped out of CHIP and placed in medical assistance, where the parents will be hard-pressed to find a pediatrician even willing to see, let alone treat, their child. Mr. Speaker, the unwillingness to admit the errors of Obamacare and take corrective action is even throwing America's most vulnerable children who are growing up in poverty circumstances under the bus. They deserve better. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition. And I want to give high praise to my colleagues on this side of the aisle who have been here this morning talking about the really, really important issues that are facing our country these days. Why are we here in Washington, D.C. on a Saturday? We should be at home in our districts. You know, Republicans believe that the wisdom of the world is not in Washington, D.C. It is back in our districts. It's back with the American people. But we're here because of a failed policy that was passed without bipartisan support, but strictly on behalf of liberals in this body, in the Senate, and the failed policies of a very liberal president. So we wouldn't have to be here today if it weren't for that failed policy. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to put the blame on us for saying that we're here because we're fighting what we see as a failed policy. The American people see it as a failed policy also. The majority of the American people are opposed to what we have come to call Obamacare. It was not passed by bipartisan vote. Our colleagues keep talking about bipartisanship. It was passed purely on a partisan basis. No Republican has ever voted for Obamacare, and every Republican who has had the opportunity to vote against it has voted against it. Why? Because we believe we represent the American people. We don't want to shut down the federal government. In fact, we've passed bills to keep the government running. But we want to have the policy right. My colleague from Connecticut talked about the need for compromise. And he said, erroneously, this is the first time that we would shut down the government over a policy. He must have forgotten that the federal government has shut down 17 times before. Sometimes when Democrats were totally in control, sometimes when there was split government, but it's happened 17 times before. What are we doing here on our side of the aisle? We're fighting for the American people. We know this is a failed policy, and we do not want to see this failed policy go any further than it has gone. And as my colleagues have said, The sad thing about it is our president's willing to negotiate with a country that we call a terrorist country, but is not willing to negotiate. He said, what I haven't been willing to negotiate, what I will not negotiate is on the debt ceiling. He doesn't want to negotiate on Obamacare either. But we know that the president did negotiate in August 2011. We know that five other presidents have negotiated on this issue. We also know that there are going to be people who are not going to be covered by this program that is supposed to be covering all Americans. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I would like to put in to the record an article by Daniel Henniger in the September 25th Wall Street Journal called "Let Obamacare Collapse."
Without objection, so ordered.
Because it points out many of the problems with this program that haven't all been pointed out this morning. But we have another issue that we're going to be facing in the next few days, and that is the raising of the debt limit. And I want to quote someone who talked about the failure of leadership if we have to face raising the debt limit. I quote, "The fact we're here today to debate raising America's debt limit is a sign of leadership failure. It's a sign the U.S. government can't pay its own bills. It's a sign that we now depend on ongoing financial assistance from foreign countries to finance our government's reckless fiscal policies. Increasing America's debt weakens us domestically and internationally. Leadership means that the buck stops here. Instead, Washington is shifting the burden of bad choices today onto the backs of our children and grandchildren. America has a debt problem and a failure of leadership. Americans deserve better." That was President Barack Obama on the floor of the U.S. Senate, March 20, 2006. Yes, indeed, Mr. President, we have a failure of leadership, and the buck stops with you. I yield back.
Yields back. All members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair, and the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Tipton, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's begin with where we can all agree as Americans. At the very beginning of the debate when it came to health care in 2008, it was about affordability and accessibility when it comes to health care. We can't disagree about that. As Americans, as small businessmen, we felt the pain of seeing ever-increasing premiums, but we also wanted to make sure that we had access to real doctors. What are the results that are now coming out of the Affordable Care Act? Let me give you an example that was just emailed to me last night out of a small community church in my district in Durango, Colorado. They were just able to extend their plan before the Affordable Care Act takes effect. For 6 employees working at the church, their premiums are now going to be $50,665 for the collective group this year. When the Affordable Care Act is going to impact them in the next cycle, those rates will now rise for those same 6 employees to $72,069 for the same employees, a 48.7% increase. So the question we have to ask is, has the Affordable Care Act achieved the goal that as Americans we can all agree that we desire to be able to have? Affordability. Let's talk to those 6 people working in that small church in Durango, Colorado, who are relying on charitable contributions to be able to have their jobs, to be able to have affordable health care. The answer is no. Let's talk to senior citizens that I've visited with throughout the 3rd Congressional District of Colorado, many who just became senior citizens and are now required to sign up for Medicare under the law. Just because of a birthday over the last year or two, they are now finding that they cannot even find a doctor who will accept Medicare. Just held a meeting with better than 20 physicians in Grand Junction, Colorado, several of whom expressed that by the year 2014, they're closing their practices. So have we addressed accessibility in America? We have not. What the administration fails to understand is there's a quantitative difference between affordability and accessibility and just having an insurance card. We can insure every American, but does that mean that you have access to quality health care at an affordable price? The Republican Party is putting forward real solutions to be able to address this challenge. Let's let the free markets actually work. Let's have real competition. Let's allow businesses to be able to come together, to be able to form real groups, to be able to negotiate lower rates. Let's incentivize rather than disincentivize, as the president's law does, those private medical health care savings accounts if we really care about health care. Let's indeed make sure that people with pre-existing conditions have access and affordable health care as well. These are the plans that we are putting forward. But it's going to require that we work together. What is not helpful is when we hear an administration say it is non-negotiable, while at the same time saying we have to work together. We can't work together if we cannot have a dialogue. That is what this House of Representatives is putting forward. Real solutions to be able to address the real problems to help real Americans that are struggling right now. And the bottom line is, if we want health care, we also need jobs. If you talk to the people in my district, small businesses, they aren't able to hire right now simply because of the costs of the Affordable Care Act and the impacts that they're feeling. These are affecting real Americans, real people, and real lives. The solution cannot and should not be just bigger government, just a legacy piece of legislation. I believe that the American people deserve actually a policy that will work for them. That can only be achieved if we work together. We are putting those ideas forward today. We are not about shutting down this government. We want to keep it open. That's the policy of our conference. But we also need to have a policy that's making sure that government laws are not hurting the American people. The Affordable Care Act is hurting the American people, will hurt the economy, will hurt jobs. This is something that we can achieve a positive solution on if the administration will open that door to dialogue rather than distrust. Let's work for the American people rather than for bigger government. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ross, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the only thing worse right now than having the implementation of this health care law known as Obamacare on October 1st would be the implementation of this law with special consideration to members of Congress. And some may say, well, that's not going to happen because members of Congress are subjected to and not exempted from Obamacare. And the short answer to that is yes. But the real answer is no. And the real answer is no because there is a state of confusion over whether we, as members of Congress and certain staff members, can continue to receive a 72% contribution to our health care benefits. Now, to understand this, let's go back to how this even became an issue. Senator Grassley, at the time that the Obamacare bill was being debated, wanted to make sure that members of Congress and their staff were subjected to the pains and the ills and everything else of Obamacare. And he offered an amendment that said, notwithstanding any other provision of law, members of Congress and congressional employees would be required to use their employer contribution to purchase coverage through a state-based exchange rather than using the traditional federal employees' health benefits plan. That was offered. What became law is different. The language that became law specifically says that members of Congress and congressional staff, with respect to their service of a member of Congress, shall be health plans that are either created under this act or the exchanges. And then it went on to further say that staff is just considered those that are employed by the staff, by the members of Congress. It doesn't include staff of committee and staff of leadership. Now, why all the confusion? I don't know, but I know for a fact that when the Office of Personnel Management came out with their letter on August 7th and said, without any basis in law or fact, and said, you know what? we're going to let Congress continue to have their 72% contribution, even though the law was clear when it was passed that we are not going to receive anything other than the subsidies allowed under the law, and those subsidies only are available to those who make 400% of poverty level or less. And so we're here on the eve of watching a health care plan go into place when the American public, who has given us, and probably deservingly so, an approval rating in single digits, and say, there they go again. Congress has found a special provision themselves so they will not feel the pain, the economic harm caused by this health care bill. Mr. Speaker, we can correct this. We can stand up as a collegial body, Republican and Democrat, and say, you know what? We believe we need to be subjected to the law 100%, and we think OPM is wrong. And if we want the American public to have what they desperately need to have in this Congress, which is the credibility of this Congress, then we need to pass my amendment to the continuing resolution being offered today that says that this OPM letter was wrong, and that all members of Congress, all staff, the President, the Vice President, all political employees will be subjected to the laws of Obamacare and not receive this contribution, because my friends back home will not receive this contribution. We shouldn't carve out a specialty to ourselves. And what's further worse is that if we don't make some change to this law, people will say there'll be a brain drain. No, I see more of a litigation train starting. A litigation train because we've already put in the law special classes of employees. My employees are now subject to the laws of Obamacare, but the employees of staff and the employees of leadership aren't. I see litigation ensuing in employment discrimination cases that are absolutely unnecessary and could be avoided if we have the foresight, if we have the ability to say, America, we're going to correct this. We're going to make sure that we are subject to all the laws 100%, the same way we ask you to be. And so therefore, members, I implore you, please consider this amendment. Consider doing what is right, not only under the law, but in the eyes of our constituency. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Black, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In just 3 days, the Obamacare exchanges are set to go live. The security of millions of Americans' most sensitive personal information remains at risk. And for the purposes of enrolling people in the exchanges, the administration is building the largest network of America's personal information ever created, called the Federal Services Data Hub. This data hub will have the names, birth dates, Social Security numbers, taxpayer status, gender, email addresses, telephone numbers of millions of Americans expected to apply for the coverage in the exchanges. This poses an alarming and obvious risk of identity theft and cybersecurity attacks. To date, there has been no independent certification that the information will be kept safe. We are simply supposed to rely on this administration's word that reliable security systems will be in place come October the 1st. This is the same administration that has already failed to meet half of their self-imposed deadlines for the implementations of this disastrous law. Their word is simply not good enough. And this is why 13 attorneys generals, states attorneys generals, have sent a letter to the HHS Secretary Kathleen Sebelius expressing their concerns over whether there is adequate safety measures to protect their constituents' personal data. Making this situation even worse is the Obamacare navigators that are tasked with assessing this information to help people enroll. Now, these navigators are not required by federal government to have background checks or even have a high school diploma, and yet they will be tasked with handling America's most sensitive personal information, such as their medical records and even their tax returns. In fact, earlier this month, a navigator applicant in Minnesota recently received 2,400 Social Security numbers by mistake. this raises serious concerns about the lack of safeguards in place to protect our personal information. Mr. Speaker, we know that Obamacare is simply not ready for prime time, and we cannot allow America's most personal information to be exposed to these threats. It is completely irresponsible for this president to be encouraging people to sign up when these threats exist. The president has already delayed portions of this law to help big business and insurance companies. It is time for him to work with this Congress to stop this train wreck and to shield the American public from widespread fraud and abuse. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Poe, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I posted on my Facebook the question, how has Obamacare affected you, or will it affect you in the future? I received almost 400 responses. I will just read a few of those, and I certainly won't read the ones that were volatile, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of people are just mad. It is true that about 20% of those responses like Obamacare, and about 80% not so much. Lisa says, my son was lowered to 29 hours last week for a new full-time norm because the owner doesn't want to pay Obamacare. Sharon says this, my mother is a diabetic and couldn't take insulin for 3 days because she couldn't get her test strip prescription filled due to a glitch in Obamacare. Christy, my hard-working husband can only find temporary contract work. No one wants to hire permanent positions, and those that do have permanent positions are hard to even get an interview with. I hope it doesn't last long. We have a baby due in mid-October and already 3 children. Joseph, I expect my employer will not be able to afford future raises due to the enormous expense he has to pay under Obamacare. Victoria, my husband has not been able to get a job because folks are not hiring due to Obamacare. They are actually laying people off. My parents are elderly, and they have 3 doctors who have quit medicine because of Obamacare. So no, Mr. Poe, it is not the greatest thing ever. April, she says this, since the implementation of Obamacare, I have not been able to find a job. No one wants to hire a permanent position. Everything is part-time or temporary and for all those jobs. And they also tell me that I'm overqualified. I think the whole Obamacare thing needs to be done away with. Janelle says, my husband and I are in our 70s. Our co-pays for prescriptions have doubled. Our doctor told us that he will not be able to treat us with the same quality we now get when Obamacare goes into full steam. Mary Lou probably said it the best. She said, Ted, we pray even more fervently that we just don't get sick. Now, those are some responses of people out there who actually work for a living and are concerned about health care, and they're not so sold on this. So here we are on this Saturday afternoon, and the president is spending time negotiating with the Iranians about things in Iran. He's spending time negotiating with the Russians about things that are going on in Syria. But he won't negotiate with Congress. I don't get that. Why doesn't he come over here to the House? Let's sit down on an informal basis and just chat about the problems we have. The idea the people in Syria and Russia and Iran are more important to talk with than members of Congress? I don't get it. Obamacare, we just don't want to get sick. And now today we're facing a debt ceiling problem. We're facing continuing to fund the federal government problem. We have Obamacare that gives special treatment for about 1,200 groups that got waivers. None of these people got waivers. Let's talk about those things. Let's find out, and maybe we can work out something, but let's at least talk. So, Mr. Speaker, you're in good with the president. Give him a phone call. Ask him to come over here and chat this afternoon with the House, the Democrats, the Republicans, and let's work something out about the continuing resolution, about the debt ceiling, but at least let's talk and negotiate and not refuse to talk to even members of the House of Representatives. And that's just the way it is. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Micah, for 2.5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and my colleagues. Saturday morning, and we're here in the House of Representatives in an unusual session. I've had some people had the opportunity to go home last night and come back this morning. Some people said, oh, this is an unusual duty and you're working hard and all of that. And I said to them, listen, I represent millions of people across the United States who are going to work. They go to work sometimes at midnight, work all night. They get up in the morning, go to work at 6 o'clock. They're struggling to put food on the table. They're struggling to educate their children. They're struggling to pay their mortgage and keep their home and their family together. So I believe that it's Congress's responsibility, and there's no question about it, that we work. That we work on Saturday, we work on Sunday, we work on Monday, we work until we get this situation resolved. Now, where are we? We are at a crossroads. Rarely in the history of our nation have we come to a crossroads like this. We have the biggest government program probably since World War II in Obamacare and the president's health care plan. Going into effect in a few days. We have the government running out of money in a few days on October 1st. And then we have the country facing a financial deficit in less than 2 weeks. So this is an important crossroads, and we need to get it right because there are a lot of hardworking Americans counting on us. We must avoid the biggest government takeover of health care or any segment of our economy in history. We must avoid forcing people into part-time employment, the government making decisions about our health care. Even the unions are walking away from this plan now. We have a short time to accomplish that. The deficit, now listen to this, $17 trillion, and they want to extend it almost another trillion, $900 billion for 1 year. Since the beginning of the Obama administration, in 5 years, we've gone from $9 to $17 trillion in debt, almost doubling it. And finally, funding government. We must keep the government open. We must be responsible stewards to the public. But the spending spree in Washington has to stop. Republicans have held the line. We need to hold the line responsibly. We can cut waste. We can cut inefficiencies, and we can make government accountable to the people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Father Conroy.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we give you thanks for giving us another day. We come to you as a nation in the midst of great uncertainty and worry. As people look for causes and solutions, the temptation is great to seek ideological position. We ask that you might send your spirit of peace and reconciliation, that instead of ascendancy over opponents, the members of this people's house and all elected to represent our nation might work together humbly, recognizing the best in each other's hopes to bring to resolution the current impasse over the economy. Give your spirit of consolation to those who are concerned about the stability of their income, especially those who serve in our armed forces. May their welfare inspire those engaged in this debate to find fair and lasting solutions. May all that is done be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces it has approved the House its approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Miss Beatty.
Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the current administration has dictated for the Environmental Protection Agency to unilaterally institute regulations without seeking congressional approval. South Carolina energy producers have been forced to expedite closing of 12 coal facilities, which has driven up energy costs for consumers, destroyed jobs, and made our workers less competitive. Earlier this month, the EPA acted alone again by proposing new regulations. This week, I spearheaded a letter signed by other members of the South Carolina delegation to the President and EPA Administrator supporting legislative review. The American people deserve to have a voice in these new policies to promote jobs and lower energy costs. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism. My sympathy to Sarah Clarkson and her family of Columbia, South Carolina, on the death yesterday of her husband, A. Crawford Clarkson, Jr., a true Southern gentleman of Scottish heritage, a naval officer awarded the Order of Palmetto by Governor Carroll Campbell.
Gentleman's time has expired. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
We ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Yet again, House Republicans have taken us down to the wire, refusing to pass a budget or pay our bills on time. As the Wall Street Journal asked recently of the GOP, are you nuts? If their antics force the government to shut down, our military, including people serving overseas right now, will not be paid on time. If they default on our bills, 10 million Americans won't receive their Social Security checks on time. Families will pay higher interest rates on their mortgages, loans, and credit cards. The last time Republicans took us to the brink, S&P downgraded our credit rating. If the GOP doesn't compromise, they could trigger a worldwide financial crisis and cause long-term economic damage. Since when have these cutthroat tactics been an acceptable way to govern? The answer is they're not.
Gentlelady yields back. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee rise?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting what brings us here to the House floor this Saturday morning as we are looking at a continuing resolution to fund the government, as we are looking at ways to address what is happening with Obamacare, where 17% of our nation's economy is being nationalized and federalized. Those are concerns that we are hearing from our constituents. They do not want Obamacare to be put into action. They do not want these insurance exchanges to be stood up and put into action, and there are a lot of good reasons why. First of all, they're not ready. That's why we need to delay this for 1 year. Delay it. We know that there are problems with the exchanges. We know that there are problems with all of the interactive technologies. We know that Obamacare has already missed over half of its deadlines. Why would you move forward on a program that is not ready for prime time? Delay, defund, repeal, replace. That is what we need to do with Obamacare.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose the gentleman from North Carolina rise? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, Republican extremists have put the federal government on the brink of a shutdown in less than 3 days. On yesterday, the Senate sent over a resolution that funds the government through November 15th using the sequester level of $986 billion. What is the Republican leadership going to do with this resolution that will keep the lights on through November 15th? Are you going to continue to listen to the 40 to 50 ultra-conservatives in your conference whose agenda is to disparage President Obama and hold us hostage until we gut the Affordable Care Act, as the gentlelady from Tennessee just made reference to, and make deeper cuts that hurt the American people? Is this where we are headed? I pray for reasonableness on the part of my Republican colleagues. I know it's not all Republicans who are swinging the wrecking ball, but it's a critical mass within the Republican ranks who are beyond reason. A very sad day in American history is upon us. I urge Speaker Boehner to listen to voices of reason in his conference and pull together like-minded Republicans who can join with like-minded Democrats and get this done. The American people want compromise. They want it today.
Time has expired. For what purpose the gentlewoman from North Carolina rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, a compromise is an agreement reached by each side making concessions. But how can we reach a compromise if President Obama isn't even willing to negotiate? The president has said he will not negotiate raising the debt ceiling, even though every major attempt to deal with the deficit over the last 30 years has been tied to the debt limit. He will not negotiate delaying the individual mandate, even though he delayed the employer mandate until 2015. Will not negotiate repealing the medical device tax, even though 33 Democrats voted to do precisely that. However, he is willing to negotiate with labor unions and special interests over their objections to Obamacare. He is willing to negotiate with dictators who use chemical weapons against their own citizens. He is willing to negotiate with Iran. He's just not willing to negotiate with Congress, and he's not willing to listen to the American people who are demanding a reprieve from his half-baked health care law and real solutions to America's debt and deficit problems. I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentlewoman from what purpose the gentlewoman from Ohio rise? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress is faced with much unfinished business, a budget that needs to be passed, sequester repealed, and debt limit that needs to be lifted. I remind my Republican colleagues, citizens want us united. They want compromise, not to be shut down. If the United States defaults on its debt, the results would be devastating. A default could mean 3.4 million veterans not receiving disability benefits. Drug reimbursements for Medicare could stop. And in the first week, 10 million Americans would not receive their Social Security. But in these frightening times, all hope is not lost. John Hogan, founder of Teen Force, an enterprise dedicated to solving the youth employment crisis in America, recently received the White House Champion of Change Award from the President of these United States for contributions to the administration's jobs program. John and his family are here today. Let John and other champions of change serve as an example to us all. In hard times, if we work together, if we compromise, we can make a difference.
The time has
I yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose the gentleman from Texas rise? Without objection.
Thank you.
You know, we are just 3 days away from October the 1st, the day Obamacare's health care exchanges are scheduled to open. Yet, every constituent phone call, news headline, and report I come across further proves that this law is simply unaffordable and unworkable. On Thursday at 11:22 a.m., President Obama said, quote, "Most of the stories you'll hear about how Obamacare can't work is just not based on facts. We're only 5 days away from finishing the job." Exactly 23 minutes later, I received a news alert saying the White House postponed another portion of Obamacare, the sixth unilateral delay. Worse, in my home state of Texas, premiums will increase by 53% for young males and 11% for females. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the personal stories. I've seen the facts. Obamacare is unaffordable and unworkable. Americans want, need, and deserve patient-centered reforms, not this government nose-based health care.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota rise?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I remember being in this House not that long ago, August 2011, in which we were told that we've got to threaten the breaking the debt ceiling of the United States because of debt and deficit. Well, the deficit's come down. So here we are again, threatening to harm the economic fortunes of Americans with a shutdown and even the debt ceiling, but we're not talking debt and deficit no more. Now we're talking Obamacare. My advice to my Republican colleagues is to try to overturn the Affordable Care Act at the ballot box. Oh, that didn't work. Or here's another piece of advice. Go to the court and try to have it found unconstitutional. Oh boy, that didn't work out either. Okay, we'll try to go through the regular legislative process. Oh, well, 43 times later, that didn't work. So now we're going to literally damage the economy of this nation. The fact is, this is wrong. It's going to hurt veterans, seniors. It's going to hurt children. It's going to hurt our parks. It's going to hurt our whole country. And I pray that my colleagues stop this. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we hear about compromise, yet the president says he's unwilling to talk to us. He's unwilling to negotiate. How is that compromise? We hear more and more talk about shutdown. It's not the Republicans talking about shutdown. They talk about offering solutions, including the full Faith and Credit Act to keep the government open and operating for the American people. Finally, in this debate, in this drama, we hear deception, where people are using tactics to threaten American people and scare them, Mr. Speaker, by saying that your Social Security is going to be taken away, which it would not if the Democrats actually push this thing to a shutdown. So let's stop the deception, and once again, stop the drama, which maybe my daughter would actually watch us on TV because she's sick of the drama at school. We're sick of the drama here. Let's get together and get this stuff done. We've got 48 hours or less to get this out. Let's work together, compromise, work with the President, work with the Senate, work amongst ourselves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii rise?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, can you just tell me what's going on so I can tell my constituents? I can't believe we are here Saturday morning, 3 days away from a potential government shutdown with no plan from you. I can't believe that we're about 20 days away from the greatest nation on this earth, the United States, defaulting on our obligation with no plan from you. Mr. Speaker, being Speaker means leading. Mr. Speaker, the majority party, your party, has an obligation to all people of this great nation to lead. Instead, you choose to play games with people's livelihoods and the full faith and credit of our nation, the greatest nation on this earth. It is our nation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is time for you to listen to the people. Don't shut down government. Don't play with the debt ceiling. It is time to listen Time to talk. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we are faced with the threat of a government shutdown on Tuesday due to the Republican Party Tea Party extremists' inability to compromise and pass a spending bill for fiscal year 2014. Once again, we've been pushed to the brink of a government shutdown by fringe Tea Party members whose only goal seems to be to deny hard-working taxpayers the right to insurance. While the Republican-led House has voted 42 times to sabotage uninsured Americans gaining health care coverage, not once have they allowed a vote to repeal and replace the sequester. Over 400 hardworking taxpayers in Fort Worth, Texas, have lost their jobs at Bell Helicopter due to the sequester. To make matters worse, once again, Republicans are placing the livelihoods of American families at risk by threatening to furlough government employees. The bottom line here is that Congress has a lot of work to do this weekend and in the weeks and months to follow. This is the work that we as members of Congress were elected to do. I take this responsibility very seriously and expect my colleagues to do as well. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purposes, the gentlelady from California rise?
Can I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the clock is ticking. And with another deadline looming before Congress, Republicans are bullying this nation with the threat of a government shutdown unless we get rid of the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans have tried over 40 times to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and it hasn't gotten them anywhere. So now they found themselves a hostage. And they're saying, give us what we want, or we're going to blow up the economy and shut down this government that will cause critical services to be stopped for the American people, which could mean that over 3 million veterans will not receive their disability benefits. 10 million Americans may not receive their Social Security checks on time. And the SEC and the EPA will be closed for business. Careening from one fiscal crisis to the next is no way to run this country. That's not how we're supposed to do business. There are enough problems in this nation without Congress manufacturing new ones. Let's end this man-made crisis and get to the business of not hurting the American people.
Gentlelady's time has expired. For what purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, once again, Congress is set to play politics by threatening to shut down the government rather than work toward a compromise. Just last month, we marked a disgraceful anniversary of our nation, the S&P downgrading of the full faith and credit of the United States. Gridlock and extremism did what wars, natural disasters, and other natural crises could not do, cause credit rating agencies to question whether or not America had the political will to pay its debts as they come due. Right now, we're faced with another deadline with the end of the fiscal year, fast approaching, a budget that needs to be passed, and a debt limit that needs to be lifted so we can continue to do business. Congress has a lot of work to do. We need to do it fast. This is the work we are elected to do. Let's stop holding blame game press conferences and get the job done. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For purposes, the gentlewoman from Florida. Seek recognition.
Thank you, Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect to my friends on the other side of the aisle, this shutdown talk has evolved to ridiculousness. To quote Dr. Seuss, when beetles fight these battles in a bottle with their paddles and the bottle's on a poodle and the poodle's eating noodles, they call this a muddle puddle, Tweedle poodle, beetle noodle, bottle, paddle, battle. Mr. Speaker, it's time to work together and stop these beetles. I mean, stop the battle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, like a number of the previous speakers, I'm a freshman and I am really frustrated. Frustrated because we haven't done our job, mostly frustrated because I continually hear the talking points spouted that the president will not negotiate. And that's the reason that we're in the position we're in. Nothing could be further from the truth. The president won't negotiate on the full faith and credit of the United States, just like we can't negotiate on our oath of office, and you can't negotiate on the law of gravity. Some things can't be negotiated. But what's frustrating to me is that the failure to negotiate falls clearly on the shoulders of the Republicans. The Senate and the House passed budgets. What we failed to do, what the leadership on the Republican side failed to do, is to appoint conferees to do what? To negotiate a budget, one that we might not like, that the Senate might not like, but that we come together and adopt a budget that the American people can support. This is a failure to negotiate, that's right, but it's a failure to do what every fourth grade civics student knows, how a bill becomes a law, negotiate the differences.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Address the House in 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the same thing on the Republican side of the aisle. Why doesn't the president compromise? But, you know, the bottom line is the president's always willing to negotiate on the issues of the budget, as are the House Democrats. But what we're seeing from the GOP is they just want to kill the Affordable Care Act. That's what this is all about. They do not want the Affordable Care Act to proceed. Now, I know myself in my district, there are plenty of people that just can't wait till October 1st. They don't have insurance. They want a good benefit package. It makes absolutely no sense to link the budget, which has nothing to do with the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, and say, well, we want to kill that because we don't like it. We had an election. We had an election last November, less than a year ago. President Obama said he was going to continue with the Affordable Care Act, and his opponent said no, he would repeal it, and the president won. This is over. The Republicans should not continue to come back and insist that there be changes, repeal, defunding of the Affordable Care Act. That's not the way this government operates. No one on the Republican side of the aisle has asked to sit down with the Democrats. And no one on the Republican side of the aisle has suggested they'll do anything, but they have to repeal the Affordable Care Act. That's what this is all about, and it should not be, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Texas, seek recognition.
Address the House for 1 minute and revise to extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Speaker, we're here on a Saturday, and we're probably in the I don't believe it crowd, not because we are here on a Saturday, because the people's business must be done. I hope that the backdrop of the UN resolution that dealt with 15 countries that stood together to bind themselves against Syria's holding of chemical weapons may be an example for the coming together of this body. Something historic happened because people listened to each other. And I would hope that as we move towards some mode of peace, as we work to reconcile the terrible violence in Syria, the killing of Syrians, but first by ensuring that those chemical weapons do no harm to anyone in this world, I hope the Republicans can listen and understand that it is always the other person's interest that should be promoted and put first. And that is to say that this nation must fund itself and we must pay our bills. A good lesson for once from the United Nations, we all would do well to understand we can work together. I yield back.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 276 and order of the House of January 3, 2013, of the following members on the part of the House to make up the Mexico-United States Interparliamentary Group.
Mr. Pastor of Arizona, Ms. Linda Sanchez of California, Mr. Gene Green of Texas, Mr. Polis of Colorado, and Mr. Gallego of Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 361 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 56, House Resolution 361. Resolved that the requirement of Clause 6A of Rule 13 for a two-thirds vote to consider a report from the Committee on Rules on the same day it is presented to the House is waived with respect to any resolution reported through the legislative day of September 30th, 2013, relating to any of the following. 1. A measure making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2014. 2. A measure relating to the public debt limit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, the House hereby 1. Takes from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 2642 to provide for the reform and continuation of agricultural and other programs of the Department of Agriculture through fiscal year 2018 and for other purposes, with the Senate amendment thereto, and 2. Concurs in the Senate amendment with an amendment substituting for the matter proposed to be inserted by the Senate amendment the text of H.R. 2642 as passed by the House, modified by the insertion of a new Title IV consisting of the text of H.R. 3102 as passed by the House, with designations, short titles, and cross-references conformed accordingly.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman, my friend from Worcester, Massachusetts, the gentleman, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 361 provides this body with an expedited procedure necessary to ensure that all legislation needed to prevent a government shutdown can be expeditiously considered without delay. And that is why we are here today, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, this resolution allows for consideration of legislation designed to ensure that our government does not default on its debt obligations. Finally, House Resolution 361 provides the necessary framework to move forward with consideration of the Farm Bill with our friends in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, at midnight on Monday, just 2 days from now, the federal government would shut down if Congress does not act to provide the necessary appropriations. There are varying schools of thought on what these appropriations should look like, but I believe that all members, regardless of party affiliation, are united in the understanding that a government shutdown is detrimental to this nation and to the American people. Over the next couple days, there will be much deliberation over how to appropriately fund this effort and the government. This resolution before us today is necessary to ensure that once a decision is reached, this body can quickly react without undue delay to prevent a government shutdown. I recognize that this is an important time, as do all of my colleagues. Even the House chaplain is here on the floor of the House today because he has great expectation that we as a body can work together to do the things that will ensure that our government is seen in the light by the American people as doing the right thing for them, because that is what our job and our oath of office is, to make sure that the American people are protected and that we as one nation under God we'll move forward together. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas, reserved. For purpose of the gentleman from Massachusetts, rise.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman, my friend from Texas, the chairman of the Rules Committee, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
No objection.
Mr. Speaker, this is a martial law rule that will allow for consideration of a yet-to-be-seen continuing resolution and a yet-to-be-seen debt ceiling bill. This martial law rule also adds to the Farm Bill the dreadful and hurtful cuts to food stamps that the Republicans approved last week, a cut that will throw 3.8 million people off the program, including 170,000 unemployed veterans. This was a truly awful piece of legislation, and the way the Republicans continue to diminish the plight of poor people, the way they continue to beat up on programs that benefit them, stuns me. It takes my breath away. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Republican majority is back on the House floor, trampling upon regular order and eliminating any possibility of a fair and transparent legislative process. When the majority assumed control of this chamber in 2011, they promised to adhere to regular order. On March 10, 2010, National Journal reporter Major Garrett asked Speaker John Boehner, and I quote, "If you are Speaker, will you ever bring a bill to the floor that hasn't been true to the 3-day rule?" Speaker Boehner replied with one word, and I quote, "No," end quote. In the same interview, Congressman Boehner said, and I quote, "We need to stop writing bills in the Speaker's office and let members of Congress be legislators again. We have nothing to fear from the battle of ideas," end quote. Those promises seem a million miles away today. Sadly, since that time, the Republican majority has repeatedly violated their own promises of openness and transparency. 33 times the majority has violated its own 3-day promise and rushed legislation to the House floor. They have avoided the committee process and brought legislation straight to the House floor 48 times. And despite promising to let the House work its will, the majority has approved 157 closed or structured rules and just 31 open or modified rules. In short, the majority has shut out the Democrats and shut out many Republicans and shut down the democratic process. Now, why have they done this? Not because they are letting the House work its will. They have abandoned regular order because an extreme faction of the Republican Party is so uncompromising that they are willing to shut down our government or implode our economy unless they get their way. As a potential government shutdown looms just a couple of days from now, we still do not know what the Republican majority is planning to do. What we do know is that whatever they propose will have been written behind closed doors in an attempt to appease the most extreme elements of the Republican conference. Mr. Speaker, time is running out. Now more than ever, the American people deserve a fair and transparent legislative process so that we can keep our government open and our economy on track. Implementing martial law, as this rule would do, would be a step in the wrong direction, and I urge my colleagues to reject today's rule and protect our democratic process. Now, finally, Mr. Speaker, I would strongly urge my Republican friends not to shut this government down. Now, we've heard rumors that behind closed doors, the Republicans are gathering and trying to figure out what to do, and I know that you have to check with Ted Cruz before you bring anything to the House floor, but the rumors that we're hearing is that what you're proposing is even more right-wing than what the Senate has already rejected. In other words, a non-starter. I would urge my friends, do not put the American people through yet another manufactured crisis that will do great damage to our economy. Stop the drama. This has become theater of the absurd. I am praying that there are some grown-ups in the Republican conference who will take charge and avoid an unnecessary shutdown by passing a clean CR and also by passing a clean debt ceiling bill that isn't porked up with Tea Party sweeteners. Time is running out. The American people are frustrated. It's time to get real. This isn't a game. People will be hurt by your intransigence. Do the right thing. Do your job. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm with great respect for the gentleman from Massachusetts. We have been debating these issues for a long, long time. Not just the closed rule and the way that the Obamacare bill was rushed to the floor of the House in March a couple of years ago, but since then a complete denial about what really the real impact of Obamacare is. And the gentleman is right. the gentleman's absolutely correct. Republicans, 100% of us are absolutely opposed to Obamacare. But there are reasons why. It's not some narrow political ideology. In fact, it's reality. And the reality is, and I'll lay these out in several different formats, Mr. Speaker, just to make it easy for the American people to understand what we're talking about. The cost to taxpayers. I know we were told won't be any cost to taxpayers, but in fact, $716 billion cut to Medicare. That means senior care. This Obamacare cuts seniors' care to take $716 billion out of Medicare to pay for Obamacare. That's wrong. That is taking this out on America's seniors. Next, there will be $1.8 trillion that we know about that will be spending over the next decade alone to fund Obamacare. Cost to families. On average, I'm from Dallas, Texas. On average, Texas families face a potential premium increases from 5 to 43% in the individual market and 23% increase for small groups. That's the little bit that we know about what the announcement that came out the other day could be up to 43% increase. The cost to employers. Well, the cost to employers is also a cost to their workers, is a cost to the economy, is a cost to stock prices, which people have their pensions in. Recently, Delta Airlines announced that Obamacare will cost the company $100 million in increased premiums in just 1 year. That's a huge cost, $100 million. The impact on the health insurance coverage. Americans are losing their current health insurance. Employers have begun dropping spouses from their health insurance. Just last week, UPS also announced an extra 15,000 spouses of its employees will be dropped from their health insurance plan. Obamacare on the impact of American jobs. Fewer jobs. According to the CBO, Obamacare will shrink employment by 0.5%. Well, let's see what that does. It doesn't just increase it by 0.5%. It really means that their part-time workers is what full-time workers are becoming directly as a result of Obamacare. Obamacare puts 3.2 million jobs at risk in the franchise industry alone. Fewer hours and more part-time jobs. Since Obamacare was passed, there have been 7 part-time jobs created for every 1 full-time job. That's simple. I get that. As a former employer, I understood if you put rules and regulations on who is required to pay for full-time workers, they simply understood that and ducked out by having part-time employees. Full-time growth has only expanded by 0.23%. That's 0.2% since Obamacare has passed. This is not the direction America ought to be going. The Republican Party is opposed to Obamacare. We are here on the floor of the House of Representatives again, and I think we're gathering support across the lines of the American people, including union leaders who say this is the wrong way to go. I don't know that this is the last time to say no, but we're taking every opportunity we can as a Republican Party to say that where we are headed with this costly health care change that will diminish and destroy America's greatest health care system in the world is what we are going to stand up for. Mr. Speaker, I believe the facts of the case are a daunting task for our American economy to overcome, and that's why the Republican Party, the party of full-time jobs and careers, is on the floor of the House of Representatives thoughtfully articulating here and to the American people about why we're doing what we're doing. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article entitled "Why a Government Shutdown Could Be a Pricey Proposition," talking about the cost of the taxpayers if the Republicans move ahead with the shutdown.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, let me just say, before I yield to the gentlelady from New York, the Republican talking points we just heard are absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. To suggest that somehow senior citizens will get less care is just false. The fact of the matter is we see expanding care for senior citizens. We see preventative care being covered without co-pays. We see the donut hole in the Medicare prescription drug bill that the Republicans passed where seniors are asked to pay huge out-of-pocket expenses closing down. We see young people being able to stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26. It is no longer considered to be a pre-existing condition if you're a woman in this country because of the Affordable Care Act. And I go down the list of all the things that have been accomplished. Now, let me just say to my Republican friends, you lost the last election. You lost big. President Obama won re-election. The whole election was about the Affordable Care Act. He won re-election by 5 million votes. Democrats picked up seats in the Senate. We even picked up seats in the House. And by the way, in terms of congressional races, Democrats received 1 million more votes than Republicans did. You lost the last election. Now, if you don't like the Affordable Care Act, there's a way you can deal with it. You can go out and try to win some more seats, and then you can come to the floor, introduce bills, bring them through committee, have the Senate do the same thing, conference them, and then send them to the president's desk. And by the way, you can try to win the presidency. That's the normal way to do legislative business. What you are doing here is you have distorted the legislative process. This is making a mockery of the legislative process. You have turned this House of Representatives into a laughingstock. And the bottom line is what the American people want us to do right now is to keep the government moving ahead, keep it running, not shut it down, deal with the debt ceiling without holding that hostage to all the Tea Party sweeteners, and do our job. Democrats are willing to work with Republicans to get things done. But instead, you're all huddled in this secret meeting somewhere in the Capitol where there's no transparency, where we have absolutely no say, where we're going to be told, here it is, take it or leave it. That's not the way this process should work. This process has become a disgrace. And so I say to my colleagues that the notion that somehow that your health care benefits have been decreased because of the Affordable Care Act is just so far from the truth, it's comical. And at this point, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Slaughter.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate my colleague for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he did a very good job of refuting what we had heard and the talking points, but let me add just one or two things to it. We've always known that if people say an untruth often enough, loud enough, that they begin to believe it themselves, but we still hope that the country out there at large will not. Let me just put it this way as succinctly as I can. The same group that's fighting today also fought the Social Security law and the Medicare law. They hated it all. They didn't want any of that done. And I believe that the American people now would be feeling very good about giving up either one of those. Their fear right now is that when this bill goes into effect, not till January, all the awful things you've heard about are not even in effect yet. This bill is not in effect. That it is going to be a success, and they are going to have a lot of explaining to do. Now, a report just released that I heard about yesterday showed that only 1% of businesses in the United States of America have made any changes at all. And indeed, small business gets great benefits providing health care and tax rebates. Now, the most important thing I want to say, because the contrast to what we're doing here today is so glaring. When we did the health care bill, and every president since Teddy Roosevelt had tried to, when we did it, it went through the committee process in both houses. And everybody had a chance. And every committee in the House and in the Senate contains both Republicans and Democrats who proposed amendments. Some of them accepted. In fact, one of the ones we're working with now is to try to make some sense out of the one that was added by Senator Grassley over in the Senate, a Republican. The idea that we rammed this thing through in the middle of the night and nobody had ever seen it is absurd. Everybody knew about it. The whole thing was transparent. The committee meetings were all open. Everybody had a chance. Never in the world have we ever seen people fight so hard to do away with a piece of legislation that is a legitimate law. And what do? The rest of it? They have dropped the entire process of governing the House of Representatives. We have, over this year, seen not a piece of work get done. Appropriations bills in the House and Senate, none. Absolutely none. So we are having to do a continuing resolution because we have no budget. The budget was passed in the House, budget was passed in the Senate. The Republicans in the House of Representatives have refused what is normal process to sit down and confer over that budget and give us a budget. Since January of 2011, 42 votes have been held here to defund or to undermine the historic law. They have repeatedly failed to complete the most basic of congressional functions, which is passing the appropriations legislation to keep the government open. In fact, what their mantra is, do we need to create jobs in America? Well, let's repeal Obamacare. Do we need to balance our budget? Well, let's repeal Obamacare. We need to keep the government open? Oh my goodness, let's repeal Obamacare. The answer to everything, the cure for absolutely nothing. And now their legislative malpractice, and I don't know of anything else you can call it, has led us now to the brink of a major crisis. Reading just this morning from Frank Keating, the former Republican governor of Oklahoma, what in the world is going on here? What in the world do we think we're doing? As they begin to see the consequences of their actions, they're doubling down, putting forth a list of demands that even the greediest child on Christmas morning would be put to shame. In exchange for averting a government shutdown and a global economic crisis, the House majority considers making the following demands: a one-year delay of the individual mandate, which would gut the health care law, the implementation of Congressman Ryan's tax reform plan, which does away with Medicare, by the way, despite the fact that voters, as my colleague said, rejected his draconian vision as he ran for vice president last year. The repeal of Dodd-Frank, which, may I ask for an additional minute?
Yield the gentleman an additional 1 minute.
The repeal of Dodd-Frank so that we can go back to an unregulated Wall Street banks. They want to construct the Keystone Pipeline. None of this has anything in the world to do with what is facing us today. They want to do away with all of the environmental regulations. So the list goes on and on. But it's time for this temper tantrum, Mr. Speaker, to end, for cooler heads to prevail. There must be some cooler heads here on the other side. With time running out, the majority has to act to keep this government open and try to get this economy on track. The American people must be spared from the consequences of a majority that cannot find the will or the ability to legislate. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts Reserves, gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. 10 days ago, we had a debate on this floor where we heard about what the Republican Party was doing, taking food away from disabled people. That's not true. Today, we hear about how Republicans want to repeal all laws that are related to clean water, clean air, all of these onerous things that they talk about. Not true. We're for clean water. We're for clean air. I, myself, and many of my colleagues are outdoorsmen who believe in not only the wilderness of this country, but also the freedoms that come with that. And we're for clean water, clean air, but we're not for the rules and regulations that kill jobs like the Democrats' war on coal. And that's when Republicans do stand up, Mr. Speaker. We stand up and say, we're not going to tolerate taking away our constitutional rights, nor the rights of free people to have their jobs from rules and regulations that are based upon premises that just aren't even true, that cannot stand the test of sound science. Mr. Speaker, this time I'd like to yield to a young man who is one of the brightest members of our body, but also sits on the Rules Committee, the gentleman, Dr. Michael Burgess, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding to me. I heard a term used here, legislative malpractice. It's an interesting term because I believe it applies so succinctly to the process that gave us the Affordable Care Act. Many people now don't even remember December 21st of 2009. It is but a distant and dim memory. But on that very night, on the longest and darkest evening of the year, the Senate held a cloture vote to allow the Affordable Care Act to proceed to a vote on the full Senate. And it passed the 60-vote margin. On Christmas Eve, the Affordable Care Act passed by that same 60-vote margin, right ahead of a big snowstorm because all the senators wanted to get out of town. But let's think about this for a minute. Were there hearings on 3590 in the House of Representatives? No, there were not. There were health care hearings, to be sure. Those led to a big explosive growth in attendance at our town halls in the summer of 2009. But there was never a hearing on H.R. 3590, save the hearing in the Rules Committee the night before it came to the floor of the House in March of 2010. The hearings on H.R. 3200 were vastly different from the law as is written in H.R. 3590. And here's the real crux, Mr. Speaker. Here is what is really wrong and why Washington is in such a lather right now. The Affordable Care Act was never intended to become law. It was a vehicle to get the senators home on Christmas Eve before the snowstorm. It was never intended to be law. The law that was passed by the Senate was a rough draft. It's equivalent to saying the dog ate my homework, so I turned in the rough draft, and unfortunately the rough draft got signed into law the following March. And that's why there is so much difficulty with this. You know, HR directors across this country, labor lawyers across this country are just literally pulling their hair out trying to make heads or tails of what they are required to do under the law. They get conflicting information from people at the federal agencies. Goodness knows, in our committee hearings on energy and commerce, we have yet to have an administration person come in and really be prepared to answer our questions. What they are prepared to do is to try to mislead us and try to fill the time, try to filibuster and live through the hearing of the day and then get on to whatever it is they do. I asked the director of the Center for Consumer Information and Insurance Oversight just last week, will you be ready on October 1st? A yes or no question. I asked for a simple yes or no answer. He gave me a long, convoluted answer about people going online and this, that, and the other. And I said, you can't answer the question yes or no. He repeated his long discourse. But then what happened while the president himself was out giving a speech on the greatness of the Affordable Care Act? Oh yeah, the Department of Health and Human Services put out a little memo that in fact, people won't be able to go online. They might have to fax their information in on October 1st. And here's the real point. Sure, you can criticize Republicans for having 42 votes to repeal parts of the Affordable Care Act. Guess what? 7 times we've been successful. Passed the Senate, went on to the president, he signed it. Gone are the 1099s. Gone are the Class Act. There are some things that in fact have happened to actually make the Affordable Care Act a little bit better. But who has been the delayer in chief on the Affordable Care Act? And it has been the White House, it has been the president himself. Why do I say that? They extol the benefits of coverage for pre-existing conditions, but no one can go to the Department of Health and Human Services and sign up for that federal pre-existing program. They closed the window on February 1st and said, good luck, we'll see you next January 1st when you can sign up for Obamacare. That's no answer to the problem. Look, what happened on July the 2nd, right before everybody was to leave for the 4th of July holiday, 6 o'clock in the evening, on a blog post, they delayed the employer mandate. Now look, HR directors across the country are calling my office and asking, what Twitter feed do we need to follow to find out what's happening to this law? Do I need to go on Instagram to keep up with what's happening in this law, what's going to be delayed next? The President of the United States has been the delayer in chief. The caps on out-of-pocket maximums, delayed for another year. Small business health exchanges, gone for another year. The story repeats itself over and over again. I dare say we will see a compression of morbidities next week and the week after this thing is supposed to go live. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is, had we had hearings, we might have actually come to an answer that would be more logical. Why didn't we ask any governor what they thought of what the Congress was doing with health care in 2009? Where was Governor Mitch Daniels, who'd managed to hold down costs in his state employees' health care by 11% over 2 years with his Healthy Indiana plan? Why didn't we have him into committee to find out how he had managed to do that? Why didn't we have the governor of Utah, who was attempting to set up exchanges in his state? I'd ask the chairman for another 30 seconds.
Give the gentleman an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The governor of Utah, who had been trying to set up exchanges in his own state for some time, who came to our committee and testified after the fact, after this thing had passed, after the Republicans were back in the majority and we invited him in. He said, I don't know what to do. I'm on shifting sands. Nothing seems stable right now. Where were the governors when this law was written? Where were the governors in our hearings? Mr. Speaker, we are at a crucial time in our country. The House is going to put forward legislation today that will keep our government open and funded. I pray that Harry Reid and the President of the United States will not shut the government down. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, oh my goodness. First of all, I would say the gentleman from Texas who just went on this kind of diatribe trashing the President of the United States and the Affordable Care Act, rather than doing that, maybe he can enlighten us about what's going on in that secret meeting downstairs. What has the right wing decided to do in terms of bringing a CR to the floor or debt ceiling? I'm happy to yield to him 10 seconds to tell me what's going on downstairs. Can you tell us what's going to the floor? Because I was referring to the other gentleman from Texas, but if this gentleman from Texas can inform us what, in fact...
I certainly can, and I appreciate the gentleman.
I yield the gentleman 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. We're gathering our ideas together, and we're going to come to this floor of the House this afternoon and with resolve help the American people. I thank the gentleman for asking.
That's not particularly enlightening, but let me ask the gentleman, are we going to have any hearings on what is being decided in the back room somewhere in the Capitol here? Are we going to have members that are going to be able to offer amendments, or are we just going to be given something and told take it or leave it? I yield the gentleman 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the gentleman engaging me. An announcement's been made, Mr. Speaker, that the Rules Committee will be in this afternoon to do just that. I thank the gentleman.
Yeah, well, in other words, none of the committees of jurisdiction that oversee a lot of the issues in the CR will be having any hearings, or there'll be any markup on that. And I would also say to the gentleman, Mr. Burgess from Texas, who kind of went on about no hearings, there were lots of hearings on the Affordable Care Act. Maybe he didn't go to them, but there were lots of them, number one. I'd like to ask him how many hearings were there on the bill that the Republicans brought up last week to cut the food stamp program by $40 billion, throwing 3.8 million low-income people off the program, throwing 170,000 veterans off the program. How many hearings are that? None. Zero. I mean, this is becoming a habit in this House where the committees of jurisdiction don't even have a say in it. The Agriculture Committee never even had a chance to hold a hearing or even a markup on that bill. This is the way this House is being run. And I would just, again, remind the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, again, look, you may not like the Affordable Care Act, I get it, but it passed with a majority of votes in the House and a majority of votes in the Senate. The President signed it into law. That's the way we do things here. That's the way laws are passed. And you didn't like it, you went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court upheld it. I'm sorry that you don't like it, but the majority voted for it, and I think a majority of the people in this country, once they understand that all the falsehoods that are and distortions that are being told here are nothing more than Republican talking points, I think they're going to appreciate the fact that health care will be a right in this country and not a privilege. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Before the gentleman from Connecticut runs, I'll remind all members to remind them to direct their comments to the chair and not to others in the second person. This is the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Let me begin by paraphrasing Sir Walter Scott, and I think it's really an accurate description of what is going on the other side of the aisle with the Republican majority. And Sir Walter Scott said, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." This is about deception of where we're moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this rule. It aims to put our country on the same radical, dangerous ideological path that was decisively repudiated at the polls last November. We all know one definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over. Well, here we are again. The House majority is trying to move one step closer to locking in the deep, automatic cuts caused by sequestration. Everyone in this room knows these cuts are destroying jobs all across America. robbing children of the education they need, slowing the pace of life-saving research, and threatening everything from public safety to public health. Even the chair of the Appropriations Committee, I might add, a Republican, has said, and I quote, "Sequestration and its unrealistic and ill-conceived discretionary cuts must be brought to an end." This rule does exactly the opposite. It allows the majority to advance a budget that makes these dangerous cuts permanent. This resolution also seeks, for the 43rd time, to deny quality, affordable health care to millions of Americans. In fact, the Affordable Care Act has passed the Congress, House, and Senate. It was signed into law.
One, two. 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 One, two.
Constitutional conservatives that are in the majority in this House doing our job for our district and our nation, and we will be 100% unified in this effort because we're standing on principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr.
Gentleman from
Speaker, maybe the gentleman for Texas can enlighten, maybe he can enlighten us what's going on in the secret meeting downstairs with the Republicans, because we have no idea what's going to come to the floor. We have no idea about what's going to be in this continuing resolution, or whether we're going to have a debt ceiling bill or anything. We're in the dark here. We'd like to know. I think the American people would like to know what is in this bill. I mean, can you enlighten us about what's happening in this secret meeting? Is Ted Cruz in the meeting? What's going on? I yield to the gentleman from Texas for 5 seconds to, if he has any.
Only 5 of it.
Yeah.
And I thank the gentleman. It is a meeting where all Republican members are, and we are meeting together and speaking, and we will be up at the Rules Committee this afternoon. Thank the gentleman.
Yeah. And I would say to the gentleman who spoke, the other gentleman from Texas, that we're all elected too. It sounds, and we respect and appreciate and value the Constitution every bit as much as he does. And there is a constitutional way to run government, which we are all supporting here. It seems what the gentleman wants to do is just trash all that. Wants to say that what happens in the House and the Senate doesn't matter. The President signs it, it doesn't matter. The Supreme Court rules it's okay, doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know where he's coming from. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The lady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to revise and extend. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts, and I also thank him for his leadership. We do live in a constitutional republic, and that constitutional republic requires for this nation not to be held hostage by self-centered special interests. And we come to the floor today to stand in opposition to the minority of the majority, holding the vast numbers of Americans who want a rational approach to continue the operation of this government to be able to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Gentlelady is correct. The House is not in order. Gentlelady will continue.
So I rise today in this martial law. Even the concept of it is one that finds itself with a very difficult premise. Whatever we want to throw down today, the American people have to take it. And so if someone rises and says there are Medicare cuts, we have to take it and believe that it happens. The Affordable Care Act did not do that. In fact, the Affordable Care Act rescued seniors from the abyss of the donut hole. When you threw them over the donut hole, when they were drowning in a donut hole because of Medicare Part D, we've helped them cut their prescription costs. And so this misrepresentation about the Affordable Care Act and the urgency to defund it is a misnomer, it's incorrect, it's just plain wrong. And this proposed CR, continuing resolution, that now wants to delay the individual mandate. Mr. Speaker, I don't think my colleagues remember the hours and days and weeks of hearings that we had in this place. Maybe they don't remember the little girl that went into an insurance company with her family in California who was suffering from leukemia and died because the insurance company would not cover her because she had a pre-existing disease. Wonder what it feels like to see your child die in your arms because there is no insurance. I will not vote for anything that will delay the individual mandate while young women who are susceptible to early cancer over the age of 26 will not be able to find affordable, reasonable health insurance. Not on my watch. And I will not vote for this rule, and I ask you not to vote for it, because it is interesting that we can cut $40 billion out of food subsistence for 46 million Americans, many of whom 75% are children, 23% are disabled, 11% are elderly, and some of them are the families of soldiers, but we can vote today to give fat cats subsidies. You want to divide us like that? If you want to make sure that you take care of your district and not take care of America. Well, I came today to rise on the floor of the House to say that the Founding Fathers stuck together in the 13 colonies when they declared their independence. There's something about unity for the greater good. And I refuse to let this House fall on the spear for individual selfish perspectives because I got mine, you get yours. America deserves better, and we will vote in the best interest of America. It is to continue this government and provide for Obamacare and make sure that there is a healthy America and a better America. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I appreciate the gentlewoman's arguments that she makes on the floor. But the facts of the case are the facts of the case. Obamacare took $716 billion out of senior care, Medicare, to fund Obamacare. And secondly, Since Obamacare was passed, there have been 7 part-time jobs added for every 1 new full-time job added. We cannot pay for this bill. It is non-sustaining, and it's harming America and its future. And that's why Republicans are here gathering in strength and in numbers with resolve again today. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear what's going on here today. My Republican friends didn't get their way, so now they're throwing a tantrum. I see many more members on the floor here today as the speeches have gone on. I'm just curious, can anybody enlighten us on what in fact happened in your secret conference? What we're going to vote on? I think the American people would like to know what we're going to vote on. I yield to anybody if they can tell me what in fact has been decided. I guess nobody wants to tell us. So at this point, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Ellison.
Recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the gentleman from Massachusetts, you're yielding to me, but I don't know what they got cooking over there. What I do know is this, though, Mr. Speaker, and this is abundantly clear. Unless we take up the Senate bill, unless we take up what the Senate has passed, we will be in a situation where whatever is put on the floor and passes will have to go back to the Senate, and Harry Reid has indicated we don't have time. So unless we take up the Senate bill, we are going to head for a shutdown. That means the Republican majority has just shut down the government. Now, we still have time. Reasonable heads can still prevail, but if we do anything other than keep the government open till November 15th, vis-a-vis the Senate bill, the Republicans will have done what they did 17 years ago, shut the government down. Now, this is extremely irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. It's extremely irresponsible because people on Social Security who need to call and get their questions answered, who might need to get some real responsive answers, won't get them because there won't be people there to man the phones. Veterans will be slowed down. National parks, medical research, all types of people working for the federal government will have a payless payday. They'll have time when it's suspended animation. No matter what is going on, their lives will be turned upside down as they don't know what's going to happen. So we're not taking up the Senate bill, apparently. We don't know what we are taking up, but we're not taking up that. And that is irresponsible and wrong. Now, why are we doing this? Is there some big reason? The reason was, the deficit. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, August 2011, we had to break the debt ceiling or threaten to in order to.
Speaker, the House is not. Short, Ross. Lady's correct.
August.
Gentleman will suspend. The House is not in order. The gentleman will continue.
August 2011, the Republicans threatened to break the debt ceiling and default on America's full faith and credit because of debt and deficit. We're not even talking about that really today. It's all now about Obamacare. Yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of words that are coming out of my friends' mouths about a secret meeting, about things that are happening like they can't figure it out. Mr. Speaker, right behind me are going to be 230 strong Republican members of Congress who were in a meeting where we, with great resolve, saw the future of this country, not just the same way, but we're going to do our job. I think the height of irresponsibility is any of these two bodies sending their members home. Speaker John Boehner has the Republican members of Congress who are here, ready, willing, able, ready to vote. And you're right, you did hear these members gathering together with excitement about helping our future, helping the American people. That's why we're here today. We're proud to be Republicans. We're proud to be Americans. One nation under God, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I just say to the gentleman, if it's not a secret meeting, can someone tell us what happened in it? Or was it just for Republicans only? I think we ought to know what we're voting on before we vote on it. Maybe that's a radical idea in this Republican-controlled House, but I think it's a reasonable request. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is time for my Republican colleagues to do more than repeal. It is time for my Republican colleagues to pass a bill. Who can deny that the House is controlled by my Republican colleagues? They control every committee. They control every subcommittee. They are in control. Who can deny that they have the opportunity to pass the perfect bill to deal with health care in this country? Where is the bill that will deal with closing the donut hole for senior citizens? Where is the bill that will help those who have pre-existing conditions to acquire insurance? Where is the bill that will deal with the cap that has been placed on insurance prior to Obamacare? They are in charge. The logical question is, why haven't they passed a bill since the Affordable Care Act passed more than 3 years ago? It is time to do more than repeal. You have to have a bill. It is time for my Republican colleagues to do the logical thing, to do the judicious thing, to do the prudent thing. Pass your bill. Then we can see how Obamacare passed to what you have, which of course is the perfect bill. It's time to do more than repeal. It's time to pass a bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we have our Republican majority members here ready, willing, and able, not just do the work of the American people, but to do the things that will make sense about our future for the next generation of Americans. And I am through with any speakers that we now have and would reserve my time for the gentleman to close and to use his time as he chose.
The gentleman from Texas is reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. I reserve the balance. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we are voting on a martial law rule that will allow us to bring up either a continuing resolution or a debt ceiling bill this very day, and nobody has seen anything. Nobody has seen any language. There's been a secret meeting with Republicans to talk about what they can pass, but none of that information has been shared with us. There have been no hearings. There's been nothing. What a lousy way to run a government. This is not the way it should be done. And it doesn't have to be done this way, especially when it comes.
The lady is correct. The House will come to order. Please take all conversations off the floor. The gentleman now.
Mr. Speaker, the stakes are very high. You know, come Monday at midnight, if we don't do the right thing, the government's going to shut down. And as I said earlier in the debate, that's going to cost the American taxpayers a great deal of money. Shutdowns aren't free. And part of the problem here is that my Republican friends can't get over the fact that they lost the presidential election. They have this, the right wing is holding the economy hostage based on a fixation on this view that that everybody in this country doesn't deserve health care, when I think the majority of Americans believe that everybody should have access to good quality health care in this country. I know you don't like the Affordable Care Act, but it passed. It passed the House and the Senate, signed by the President. The Supreme Court even upheld it. You want to work with us to make it better? We're willing to do that. But the idea that you want to hold this economy hostage to repeal this is just ridiculous. I'd urge my colleagues in closing to listen to your constituents. The majority of people in this country do not want you to shut this government down. The majority of people do not want you to defund the Affordable Care Act. Listen to your constituents and not some guy in the other body who one of his own colleagues referred to as a wacko bird. Bottom line is, do the right thing. Do the right thing. Keep this government open. Do not shut the government down. I appeal to the grown-ups in the Republican conference to come together and let's have a compromise that we can pass and that we can send to the President and keep this government going. Also address our debt ceiling issue. But let's stop the theatrics. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote on a clean CR, send it over to the Senate, and then let's get on with our other business. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. A reminder to all members to please make their address and remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And in fact, I will confine my remarks to you, Mr. Speaker, because we appreciate your great service We also know that you represent John Boehner, our great speaker, who has Republican members here today to do the business of the American people. We are not a body that cuts and runs. We're a body that stays here and gets our work done. Gentleman from Massachusetts asked and made a point about same-day rules. In fact, Democrats in the 110th Congress were faced with this circumstance 17 times, the 111th Congress 26 times. It becomes normal and regular that you have to be here to get done your work, and that is what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, plain and simple, the Republican Party is here today because we're opposed to Obamacare and the big government that comes behind it. We're opposed to what it is doing, not just to the American people and our economy, but taking freedom away from people and making us more reliant upon the federal government. And less pride and freedom will be available in America if we do not do something about it. The cost is simple. The cost means that we're finding that $716 billion was taken by the Democrats out of senior care in Obamacare to fund the Obamacare issue. And the bottom line is, since Obamacare was passed, there have been 7 part-time jobs created for every 1 full-time job. That is not a future that we are going to stand with. The Republican Party is here in strength and numbers today. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 225, the nays are 1.
Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Ms. Sewell of Alabama. Ms. Sewell of Alabama votes no. Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman votes no. Ms. Castor of Florida. Ms. Castor of Florida votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Castro. Mr. Castro of Texas votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Mr. Westmoreland. Mr. Westmoreland votes aye. Mr. Conyers. Mr. Conyers votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 191. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Who's going to be starting this one? It's going to be you have an announcement first. Okay. The House will be in order. Please take all conversations off the floor. The House will come to order before further business is proceeded. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. Members, please clear the aisles. Please clear the aisles and take all conversations off the floor. The House will come to order.
Slide again.
The House will come to order. Members, take all conversations off the floor. Members, please clear the aisles. The House will come to order. Members, please remove conversations. Members, please remove yourself from the aisles. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on the motion to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or on which the vote incurs objection under Clause 6 of Rule 20. Record votes will postpone questions will be taken later. For purposes, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I would move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3204, the Drug Quality and Security Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3204, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with respect to human drug compounding and drug supply chain security and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Upton, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Waxman, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous...
The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 3204, the Drug Quality and Security Act. I am so proud to say that this piece of legislation is a product of true bipartisan and bicameral work. The Senate and House, Republicans and Democrats, have come together to produce a bill.
The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate and the House, Republicans and Democrats, came together to produce a bill that will protect American patients by ensuring that they receive safe drugs. This legislation would strengthen the prescription drug supply chain in order to protect American families against counterfeit drugs. The bill also eliminates and prevents increases in drug prices, avoids additional drug shortages, and eliminates hundreds of millions of dollars worth of duplicative government red tape on American businesses that is harming job growth.
Correct. The House is not in order. Please remove conversations off the floor. Please cease conversations on the floor. Again, please remove all conversations from the floor. Please remove from the aisles all conversation before the gentleman can continue. The gentleman will continue.
Mr. Speaker, the supply chain provisions of the Drug Quality and Security Act are the product of many years of tireless work. We know from stakeholders like Pfizer and Perrigo in Michigan that this is just not a patient safety issue, it's a jobs issue. This bill will bring certainty to the drug supply chain and ensure that patients will continue to receive the medicines that they need without interruption. This bill also addresses drug compounding. This bill is the result of Energy and Commerce Committee's thorough investigation of the NECC meningitis outbreak, which began its devastating spread almost a year ago today. To date, the CDC has linked 64 deaths, nearly 750 cases in 20 states, to contaminated drugs from the NECC. My home state of Michigan has been the hardest hit by the outbreak, with 19 lives needlessly lost, with 3 in my district. And the sad truth is that, yes, they could have been prevented. This legislation is an important step in helping to prevent any such tragedy from ever occurring again. And by reviewing countless documents, holding 4 committee hearings, reviewing various legislative proposals, we better understand what is needed to help prevent a future NECC and built that into this legislation. Mr. Speaker, this bill upholds the current Section 503A of the law and provides with clarity that the FDA needs by eliminating the unconstitutional provisions. The bill also requires the FDA to engage in meaningful communication with state boards of pharmacy. Further, under this bill, entities engaged in sterile drug compounding can voluntarily register with the FDA and operate under FDA regulation. And finally and importantly, this bill protects traditional pharmacy compounding that occurs in community pharmacies across the country. That's why the bill has the support of the National Community Pharmacists Association. I'd like to thank them for working with us so closely. I also want to thank Chairman Pitts, Chairman Murphy, Vice Chair Blackburn, Mr. Latta, and particularly Mr. Griffith for their outstanding leadership on these issues. I want to commend Mr. Waxman, Mr. Pallone, Mr. Dingell, Ms. DeGette, Mr. Green, and Mr. Matheson for their work as well. An additional 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
I also want to thank Chairman Harkin and Senator Alexander for their leadership, and I talked with them a number of times over the last number of weeks. I want to thank our staff on both sides, particularly on our side, Clay Allspaw, Paul Edidell, John Stone, and Carly McWilliams. It is because of their collaborative and tireless efforts that we are near the resolution of last year's deadly outbreak, and their work is to be applauded. To all the families who have lost loved ones and to those who are still suffering today, and I talked to someone whose relative is still suffering just within the last hour, we are near the resolution of last year's deadly outbreak. So let's say to those families and to those who lost loved ones and those who still are suffering today, with this bill, we're going to say never again. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I rise to support passage of the Drug Quality and Security Act. It's been a year now since the tragic fungal meningitis outbreak caused by the New England Compounding Center in Massachusetts. At least 64 people died. Over 750 people were sickened. More than 14,000 others are still waiting and must live in fear for years to see whether they, too, will get meningitis. This was the largest outbreak of healthcare-associated infections in U.S. history and one of the nation's worst public health disasters in recent memory. Recognizing the need to act in the face of this tragedy, members on both sides of the aisle in both houses of Congress came together in the months following the outbreak to try to figure out how to solve this problem. One thing was clear: FDA's authority over compounding pharmacies were not up to the task. Divergent court decisions on the underlying statute had forced the agency to cobble together a piecemeal approach to regulating compounding pharmacies that was different in some parts of the country than in others. That untenable legal situation created loopholes that companies like NECC were able to exploit. FDA was also facing a pharmacy compounding industry that had dramatically changed since 1997, the last time Congress passed legislation on this issue. Since that time, hospitals have grown dependent on so-called outsourcers, very large compounding pharmacies that mix batches of customized drugs for hospitals. The legislation we're considering today will take a major step toward addressing these issues. First, it will correct the constitutional defect in the underlying law that has wreaked havoc on FDA's ability to regulate compounders. Second, it will give hospitals and doctors the ability to access a source of compounded medicines that are made in a facility that is subject to stringent FDA quality standards and oversight. All other compounding pharmacies would continue to be subject to current law. Third, the bill will remedy one of the major problems that surface in the NECC situation: a lack of effective communication between state boards of pharmacy and the FDA. Specifically, it will create a system in which state boards of pharmacy and FDA can notify each other when there are concerns about violations occurring at a particular compounding pharmacy. These authorities represent a significant improvement over current law they will go a long way toward better protecting public health. In addition to these important compounding, I yield myself another 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
In addition to these important compounding pharmacy authorities, this legislation will establish an electronic, interoperable system at the federal level that tracks each package of drugs at the unit level and that involves the entire supply chain. This will help prevent Americans from being harmed by counterfeit and substandard medicines. There's no question in my mind that this bill represents a step forward, and I urge all members and of my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Health Subcommittee, Mr. Pitts from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that the House is considering H.R. 3204, the Drug Quality and Security Act, today. This legislation would address two important issues affecting the quality and security of America's drug supply. First, the bill would protect traditional pharmacies and clarify laws related to human drug compounding in response to last year's nationwide meningitis outbreak, one of the largest public health crises in recent memory. Secondly, the bill would strengthen the prescription drug supply chain in order to protect American families against counterfeit drugs. As we all remember, in the summer and fall of 2012, a Massachusetts company, the New England Compounding Center, NECC, shipped over 17,000 vials of an injectable steroid solution from 3 contaminated lots to healthcare facilities across the country. After receiving injections of NECC's contaminated steroid, over 64 people died from complications associated with fungal meningitis, and 750 others were stricken with meningitis or other persistent fungal infections. Title I of H.R. 3204 is based off of Representative Morgan Griffith's Compounding Clarity Act and is the culmination of a nearly year-long House Energy and Commerce Committee investigation. It clarifies FDA's authority over the practice of compounding drugs and requires FDA to engage in dialogue with state regulators to prevent against another tragedy like NECC, while protecting the role of traditional pharmacies in compounding. Title II, based on Representative Bob Latta's Safeguarding America's Pharmaceuticals Act, addresses the safety of our nation's prescription drug supply chain as drugs travel from the manufacturer to the pharmacy. It creates a uniform national standard for drug supply chain security to protect Americans against counterfeit drugs while eliminating needless levels of bureaucracy. The Drug Quality and Security Act is the result of months of bipartisan, bicameral negotiations, and I would like to thank Chairman Upton, Ranking Member Waxman, Chair Emeritus Dingell, Representative Griffith, Latta, Pallone, DeGette, and Green for their work on important legislation, and also Senators Harkin and Alexander in the Senate. And finally, I would like to thank the staff of the Energy and Commerce Subcommittee, on our side, especially Clay Allspock, Paul Editol, Carly McWilliams, Heidi Stirrup, and Monica Volante. This bill is supported by PhRMA, the Generic Pharmaceutical Association, the National Community Pharmacists Association, the Healthcare Supply Chain Association, and the Pharmaceutical Distribution Security Alliance, among others. And I would urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense, bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the ranking member on the Health Subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Waxman. I want to rise in support of the Drug Quality and Security Act. This bill represents a bipartisan, bicameral effort to clarify current pharmaceutical compounding laws and secure our nation's pharmaceutical drug supply chain. It's the culmination of several months of hard work and tireless negotiations between our committee and the Senate Health Committee. As a result of the terrible tragedy in Massachusetts, the House Energy and Commerce Committee held hearings and engaged with stakeholders and the FDA in order to understand the existing problems and the best options for addressing them. What became clear was a need for patients and providers to have access to safe compounded drugs. This legislation helps ensure that quality compounded drugs are available to patients who need them. This effort also makes clear that FDA's authorities over compounding pharmacies needed to be fixed. A court-split decision over the statute had hampered FDA's ability to effectively enforce their authority over compounding pharmacies and assure the safety and effectiveness of compounded medications. The bill before us will fix this constitutional flaw by deleting the provisions that were deemed unconstitutional by the courts.
The House is not in order. Gentleman may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill will permit compounders who wish to practice outside the scope of traditional pharmacy to register as outsourcing facilities, but those who choose to remain traditional pharmacies will continue to be regulated as they are under current law. And this gives doctors and hospitals the ability to purchase compounded drugs for their patients made in a facility that is subject to stringent FDA quality standards and oversight. In addition, the legislation offers providers and patients better information about compounded drugs by directing FDA to make a list of FDA-regulated outsourcing facilities available and requiring detailing labeling on compounded drugs. It will also improve communications and coordination with FDA and state authorities. Now, the second title of the bill establishes a uniform national drug tracing framework to track prescription drugs from the manufacturer to the pharmacy and raises the standards for prescription drug wholesalers and third-party logistic providers across the U.S. This is the result of several years of work to address the growing problems of pharmaceutical theft, counterfeiting, and diversion. The bill before us today makes significant improvements from the bill that passed the House earlier this year. Most notably, it develops a workable pathway to unit-level interoperable tracing in a decade. And I think we should all be proud of the work our staffs have done. I'd like to thank again Mr. Waxman, Mr. Upton, Chairman Pitts, Mr. Dingell, Ms. DeGette, Mr. Green, Mr. Matheson, Mr. Latta, and Mr. Griffith for their work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve the peace of mind to know that the medicines they take are safe and effective. The Drug Quality and Security Act is a critically important step in protecting the public's health, and I urge members to support this bipartisan, bicameral legislation. I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr.
Yields
Speaker.
back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, member of the committee.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of the Drug Quality and Security Act of 2013. Title II of this legislation, Drug Supply Chain Security, is based on H.R. 1919, the Safeguarding America's Pharmaceuticals Act of 2013, which I introduced along with Congressman Matheson. H.R. 1919 was passed on the floor by a voice vote on June the 3rd of this year. Title II of this bill relates to the drug supply chain, and I am pleased that a bipartisan, bicameral agreement was reached to secure our drug supply chain and protect patients. Securing our nation's pharmaceutical supply chain is extremely important, and passage of this bill is an important step forward to protecting America's families. Pharmaceutical distribution occurs nationwide, and it is estimated that within the United States there are more than 4 billion prescriptions filled each year. By replacing the current patchwork of multiple state laws with a uniform national standard, we're improving safety, eliminating duplicative regulations, and creating certainty for all members of the pharmaceutical supply chain. When anyone takes a prescribed medication, he or she should have a full confidence that the medication is as prescribed and that no counterfeit or adulterated drug has entered the supply chain. To protect patients' safety, the bill creates a uniform national standard for securing the drugs distribution supply chain, therefore preventing duplicative state and federal requirements relating to tracing. No state can impose additional and inconsistent regulations related to tracing products on the supply chain members. The bill increases security of the supply chain by establishing tracing requirements for manufacturers, wholesale distributors, pharmacies, and repackagers based on the changes in ownership. The bill also establishes a collaborative, transparent process between the FDA and stakeholders to study ways to even further secure the drug supply chain through public meetings and pilot projects. I was successful in including language in the FDA user fee law to allow hospital systems to repackage drugs within a hospital system in the instance.
30 more seconds.
30
The
seconds.
gentleman's recognized for 30 additional seconds.
Thank you very much. Within a hospital system in the instance of a drug shortage. I will continue working with the hospital systems on the issue of permitting these systems to prepare batches of compounded drugs in advance of the specific physician prescription or order. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank especially Chairman Upton and Subcommittee Chairman Pitts for all their assistance in advancing this legislation. I want to thank the Health Committee staff and especially my Legislative Director, Allison Witt, for all their hard work. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would urge full support of H.R. 3204, and at this
Gentleman's time
I
has
yield
expired.
back. Thank you.
Members are advised not to traffic the well. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the Chairman Emeritus of our committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Dingell.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized. Without objection.
Speaker, this is a good bill. It's not perfect, but it is a huge stride forward. It represents a major step in securing our pharmaceutical supply chain, improving FDA's authority to oversee compounding pharmacies. It also is done under a bipartisan, bicameral, cooperative and enthusiastic effort by members on both sides of the aisle and on the Capitol working together. It addresses the problems of the deadly fungus meningitis outbreak of several years ago, which were traced to lots of supposedly steroid injections made at the New England Compounding Center. There were 264 cases of fungal meningitis in my home state and 19 deaths. This will address that concern in a very excellent way. It also sees to it that FDA and the states are able to cooperate together, have better funding, and more authority over compounding pharmacies. It also does something else which is very important. It sees to it that now we can track and trace pharmaceuticals through the channels of trade, a very, very important need. And it is for the first time going to see to it that Americans are able to address their concerns about the safety of pharmaceuticals in these important areas. I want to thank Chairman Upton for his leadership, Ranking Member Waxman, Representatives Pallone, Matheson, DeGette, and Latta and Pitts and Griffiths, and my good friend Mr. Green for their hard work on this legislation. I hope that we can quickly send this legislation to the President's desk for signature. And now just one thought. Why is it that on legislation of this kind, this body can work together and we are not capable of dealing with massive problems like government shutdown and dealing with continuing resolution? Perhaps maybe a little bit of informed, intelligent behavior by this House on other matters would be in order.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, who played a very large part on the compounding side of this legislation. 3 minutes.
Thank you,
Excuse
Mr.
me. The gentleman suspend. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House, and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings or other audible conversation is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me some time on this, and thank you and Subcommittee Chairman Pitts for giving me the freedom to work on this. I appreciate it very much. It has been a year since last fall's fungal meningitis outbreak associated with the tainted sterile compounded drugs from the New England Compounding Center. In my district and in our area in Virginia, we had several deaths. We had 50 confirmed cases. We had approximately 1,400 patients who were notified they could have been exposed to fungal meningitis because they received tainted steroid injections. In working on this bill, I appreciated the bipartisan manner that we used to address this and to work on this matter,
particularly with my colleagues across the aisle, Representatives Gene Green and Diana DeGette, for whom I am very grateful for all of their time and effort, both by them and by their staffs. I should also thank my staff member who worked on this most, which was Adam Harbison. Having said that, in the bill, while I agree with Mr. Dingell, it is a good bill. It is not a perfect bill. But I am glad to see that language from the Griffith-Green-DeGette effort was adopted, and the FDA will be required to engage in meaningful communication with all of the states when potential problems are identified, as this has always been my priority. In my opinion, this was the biggest failure of the FDA in handling the NECC case, as they were warned about problems in advance. At least 2 states prior to this problem coming to the forefront with all of these deaths and with this horrible situation, 2 states had sent out a warning signal. The state of Colorado had said, wait a minute, we're not going to let these folks operate here. And the state of Ohio had notified the FDA that they had concerns about NECC being a manufacturer. And yet there was not any swift action taken on NECC or even an attempt to alert other states, including the state of Massachusetts, to the problems that were happening. Now, I will tell you that this bill does not change. I know there's a lot of concern out there by some in the medical community, particularly the doctors and some others, that this does not change the existing law on office use, and it does not change the existing law on repackaging. There were legal questions that were involved with this situation surrounding the advertising requirements of the original bill. I was a little surprised that the FDA had waited 10 years to bring that up, but this bill fixes that problem and takes away that cloud of uncertainty as to whether or not the whole bill was not constitutional because the advertising sections were not constitutional. This is a good bill. I'm just talking about the compounding sections, but also the track and trace sections are very good. I think we are drawing a clear line, defining so that the FDA can better determine who are the traditional compounding pharmacies and who are really outsourcers or manufacturers. And I think that is great, and this bill has that in there. I would be remiss if I didn't tell a story that struck me last week, because we are on that 1-year anniversary. And am I out of time? Got another 30 seconds.
I yield an additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
And I would say that last week I went to have lunch with my sons at their elementary school. And the elementary school secretary said to me as I was going in, she said, I know I probably shouldn't say anything, but I want to thank you for working on this compounding bill. Doug Wingate, who died a year ago, was my family's best friend. And he and his wife were supposed to be on a cruise for their 25th anniversary, and instead we were attending their funeral. His wife last week was on that cruise with her son, but we can never bring her husband back. But this bill will make sure that we don't have that problem again, and the other Doug Wingates of the world will not have to die in order for us to change the law to make a better protected system for the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from the state of Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost exactly 1 year ago, as you've heard, there was a tragic meningitis outbreak in Massachusetts. 64 people lost their lives and 750 people were sickened. In the investigation of NECC, the compounding pharmacy, there was found black specks floating in the vials. There was found fungal material. The factory itself had greenish yellow residue on supposedly sterile equipment and surfaces that tested positive for mold and bacteria. In a series of hearings in our committee, we learned that the Food and Drug Administration Modernization Act of 1997 left a loophole large enough to allow large drug compounders to escape oversight by the FDA. The wording of the act also led to litigation and confusing court decisions about the FDA's authority over those manufacturers. This bill takes the first albeit an important step to address these issues. It incorporates important pieces of bipartisan legislation, as you've heard, that I introduced with Mr. Griffith and Mr. Green. It deletes the provisions from existing law that were deemed unconstitutional by the courts. It also enhances cooperation between state boards of pharmacy and the FDA. And it gives doctors and hospitals the ability to purchase compounded drugs for their patients made in a facility that is subject to stringent FDA quality standards and oversight. Importantly, all other compounding pharmacies would be continue to be subject to current law. Finally, the Drug Quality and Security Act will require, within a decade, the implementation of a nationwide system for the tracking and tracing of drugs as they move through the supply chain from manufacturer to pharmacy. I believe this will go a long way toward preventing dangerous, counterfeit, and substandard medicines from entering our drug supply. We still have work to do. We all agree with that. And I am committed to strengthening the law. May I have an additional 15 seconds?
I yield the gentlelady additional 30 seconds.
I am committed to strengthening this law so that we never have any other tragedy that Mr. Griffith discussed, where we have a Doug Wingate who right now is missing his 25th anniversary cruise because he was killed by these tainted drugs. I'm proud to have worked with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle. I associate myself with the Chairman Emeritus' remarks that we should be able to do this on the continuing resolution and on the debt limit. And I also want to thank all of our staffs, in particular my Chief of Staff, Lisa Cohen, who spent the entire August recess. And I thank the Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has started. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Burgess, Vice Chair of both the Health and the ONI Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as an original co-sponsor and as a negotiator of the House legislation, I rise in the strongest support of the track and trace provisions which protect the public and give confidence to doctors in practice that the drugs they are dispensing in fact came from the manufacturer. In regard to the language over compounding, there is in fact much to like. There was additional work that could have been done. But unfortunately, due to the intransigent insistence of the Senate, we are considering these two issues together. 60 American lives were lost a year ago. Excellent investigative work was done by our Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, and it is disturbing to me personally that not one person at the Food and Drug Administration has been held accountable for their failure to use existing authorities or informing the state of what they knew. My test for consideration of new categories of regulation is that it must not impact the traditional practice of medicine, pharmacy, or compounding. Mr. Speaker, no bill is perfect. There's always the risk of unintended consequences. I sincerely hope that this language will pass this test, but if it does not, I hope that our committee and this body stands ready to do the necessary oversight and correct the consequences of unintended consequences. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased at this time to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in strong support of the Drug Quality and Security Act. This important bill is a result of weeks of bipartisan and bicameral negotiations. I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Morgan, Griffin, and Diane DeGette, for joining me in our effort over many months. I also want to thank Chairman Upton, Ranking Member Waxman, Chairman Pitts, Ranking Member Pallone, Chairman Emeritus Dingell, and my good friend Congressman Matheson for all their leadership through this process and their commitment to getting his final product to the floor. It was a group effort, which is how this body should function all the time. This bill is not perfect. We heard those concerns and we have tried to address them, but the nature of compromise is not getting everything. The Energy and Commerce Committee investigated last year's outbreak and found that there was breakdowns in regulation at the state and, most concerning, on the federal level. Large operators were able to sell products interstate in unregulated gray area. In the case of the NECC, their sterile facilities are far from sterile. They operated without fear of penalties and for far too long, and people died because of that. I'm proud to say that this bill fixes the problems that led to the fungal meningitis outbreak, and it requires the FDA to succeed where it failed in the past. Bad actors concerning more with profit than with public health will not be allowed to operate with impunity again. I hope the FDA uses their enforcement discretion to maintain patient access to important drugs from nuclear pharmacies, certain repackaged drugs, and drugs for office use. While I acknowledge there are problems, it is most important that we act to protect the public health. Our constituents, when they seek care, will now have the confidence that a sterile compounded product really is sterile. We must make sure another fungal meningitis outbreak is never allowed to occur again. This bill succeeds in that goal, and I'm proud to support it, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I'd yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Dr. Murphy from Pennsylvania.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today in part to deal with the issue of the compounding pharmacies that allows the FDA to have greater oversight over interstate sales. How we got here is a tragedy. In our Oversight and Investigation Committee, we found that some 64 people died from this pain medication manufactured by the New England Compounding Center. These patients trusted that the steroids injected into their spine or their joints to relieve chronic pain was perfectly safe because of the confidence our nation's healthcare providers place in the Food and Drug Administration. That drug was contaminated with fungus and hurt people dramatically. More than 700 people received these lethal injections. Today, most are living with unbearable horror of not knowing whether they will survive. They must spend weeks in the hospital, missing work, holidays, and time with family. They must take large doses of morphine to ease the pain. Each day is lived under the deadly threat of infection that could reach their brains and perhaps kill them. This outbreak is one of the worst public health disasters in our country's history, and a terrible tragedy and an epic failure. Sadly, during our hearings, it was pointed out that while the FDA was still having multiple visits to compounding pharmacies, they still told us they did not have the authority. Unfortunately, several years had dragged on, where the FDA heard numerous complaints about the problems with NECC. They told us it was too complex to act on it, but clearly it was not complex, nor was it a surprise. Neither NECC nor its sister company Ameridose were operating in the shadows. They were under the nose of the FDA for a decade. Field staff were aware of it. There were warning signs, alarm bells, flashing red lights, complaints from patients, nurses, pharmacists, doctors, pain clinics, hospitals, drug companies. And so the FDA told us they needed more authority. This bill will grant it to them. But I must say, in the context of this, well, Dr. Hamburg told us often it was too complex. I applaud Dr. Woodcock, who told us they need to think more like physicians and less like attorneys. That is the right attitude. So with the passage of this bill, the FDA will have the authority it needs, but we have to also make sure that they have the fortitude to take action on any compounding pharmacy that they see not up to the high level of standards the FDA sets that all citizens expect. The Drug Quality and Security Act will end these problems, we hope, end these inspection holidays, and reassure the American public that these medications, wherever they are manufactured, and most by compounding pharmacies who do a superb job of maintaining sterile conditions, but in all cases, the FDA will have the authority to make sure they have the inspections and they have the team that can go in there and take solid action when these centers do not adhere to those high standards. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Matheson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill before us today has two main components. We talk about the issue of the drug compounding issue and also the issue of the drug supply chain, how we can track medications through the pharmaceutical supply chain to make sure that the materials are safe and have not been subject to counterfeit medications entering that supply chain. I'd like to speak primarily about the supply chain component of the bill. That component of the bill is a product of several years of work and collaboration between a number of members on both sides of the aisle, working with, beyond members, a lot of stakeholders, the pharmaceutical supply chain stakeholders, Food and Drug Administration, and others. And this act, in part, is going to provide immediate steps to help strengthen our drug supply chain from counterfeiters and other bad actors It also establishes a clear and defined path toward full electronic product level traceability. You know, we've seen in some recent press reports, counterfeit meds can slip into our drug supply, and it's so tempting to the counterfeiters when you think that last year alone, the prescription drug market in the United States, Americans spent $325 billion on prescription meds. So this is a lucrative market, and it's very tempting for counterfeiters, and that's why it's so important we ensure the integrity of the drug supply chain. And this bill is going to work to do just that. The other thing that this bill does is it provides some needed regulatory certainty for everyone in the supply chain, establishing a national uniform standard for strengthening the integrity of the supply chain. And that's important as opposed to having each state do their own thing, because then the participants in the supply chain are going to have to do 50 different sets of rules. That doesn't make sense. And finally, the bill establishes a collaborative process between the FDA and the industry to establish protocols for taking this traceability where you can track the meds all the way down to the unit level. That's going to provide the ultimate level of security and certainty for consumers across America in the integrity of the drug supply chain. I want to thank so many people, but I particularly want to thank Chairman Upton and Ranking Member Waxman for their work on this. I also would like to thank a couple of colleagues who worked on this issue before who are no longer members of Congress, Mr. Booyer and Mr. Bilbray, who spent a lot of time in the current Congress, Congressman Latta, and Mr. Dingell as well. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would make an inquiry. We have no more further speakers on our side, so I'm ready to close, but I'll yield the gentleman from...
We have
The gentleman
a
from
couple.
California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to our good friend from the state of Connecticut, Mr. Lauro.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the act before us. I support the track and trace provisions to prevent fake medication from entering the drug supply, and I commend the ranking member for his effort. But the voluntary approach to regulating large-scale compounding pharmacies in this bill is not strong enough to ensure the public safety in this arena. This is a life and death issue. Last year, one single compounding pharmacy in Massachusetts caused a fungal meningitis outbreak that sickened over 700 people and caused over 60 deaths, which is why I introduced legislation to draw a clear line between whether a business is a traditional compounding pharmacy or a drug manufacturer like the one in New England, and to ensure proper mandatory FDA regulation of compounding drug manufacturers shipping mass amounts of drugs across state lines. Under this bill, large-scale, high-risk compounding manufacturers would voluntarily register with the Food and Drug Administration without meaningful enough penalties for failing to comply. That New England Compounding Center, responsible for over 60 deaths, would not have to register. This voluntary approach will continue to expose patients to potentially unsafe, mass-produced compounded drugs that are not approved or evaluated by the FDA for safety, efficacy, and adequate directions for use. It is an approach that can do real harm, and it is time for the FDA to be the regulatory agency it was intended to be. At the very least, given that lives are at stake, the House should consider this issue as a standalone bill through regular order with the opportunity for amendments. It should not be on a suspension calendar. And as it is on the suspension calendar, I must oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
We have no further speakers.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from California.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me, and I rise in support of this compromise legislation before us today. I believe that H.R. 3204 will enable our country to further secure our pharmaceutical distribution chain and help keep patients who depend on compounding pharmacies safe. I'm proud of the Energy and Commerce Committee because concerns that many of us had about the previous version of this track and trace legislation have been taken care of in this bill. It's been addressed by this bill. And the previous bill was H.R. 1919, and we had difficulty with it. So I look forward into support of this bill. We held hearings. We are compromising on both sides. I wish Congress would take our lead on other issues and compromise, but I'm happy to support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote aye. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I just have myself to close.
The gentleman from Michigan reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time. I want to thank Chairman Upton and Chairman Pitt and Ranking Member Pallone, on the Democratic staff, Tiffany Guarascio from Mr. Pallone, Greg Sunstein from Mr. Dingell, Rachel Stauffer from Mr. Gett, Lisa Cohn, Mr. Gett's office, Nate Tipton, Mr. Greens, Joel Bailey, Mr. Matheson, Karen Nelson, Eric Fromm, and Rachel Scher. All of these people played an essential role in getting this bill through. I want to single out Mr. Griffin, who introduced the bill in the House, along with Mr. Gett and Mr. Green, that served as a foundation for the compounding debate. Mr. Matheson and Mr. Latta introduced the House Track and Trace bill. Everybody didn't get what they wanted. This bill is a compromise. This institution has to reach compromises to get things done. We cannot have every issue litigated and relitigated. Once the law is settled, we must go on. And I am chagrined that we are likely to close the government because on the other side of the aisle, the leadership in this House wants to keep the fight going on the Affordable Care Act. It is the law. It has been affirmed by the courts. It's about to be put in place. We should work together to solve our country's problems, not make them worse by failing to compromise and work with each other. I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation that we hopefully will pass in the next few minutes is very important. It clearly, I think, would have saved the lives of those folks that were taken, and it reflects the hard work of our committee on a bipartisan basis. From the very start, the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee went to work. We got to the very bottom of a very tragic situation that impacted some 20 states, hundreds and hundreds of people. And we've changed that system now. Because of their work and their investigation, we came back and moved legislation through the proper channels, regular order, through the Health Subcommittee and through our committee, and worked very closely with Republicans and Democrats in the Senate to craft this bill that would have stopped this awful thing that happened a year ago. Congress does work and can work when we work together. And I'm proud of this product. I'm proud of this legislation. I would urge the Senate to take it up in the next day or two so that we, in fact, can get it to the President's desk. And I thank every member who worked so hard. And we saw today the personal impact, certainly on all of our districts, but the members themselves, who many of us, in fact, did know folks directly impacted, not only through death, but also those that were impacted because of the impact on their own lives as they still try to recuperate and survive. So I would urge all my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3204? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Good work.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 2848, House of Representatives 2848 as amended.
Does the gentleman call up H.R. 2848?
We do. The Operations and Embassy Security Authorization Act, Mr. Speaker.
Amended.
as amended.
As amended. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2848, a bill to authorize appropriations for the Department of State for fiscal year 2014 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Royce, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask unanimous consent that members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to place any extraneous material in the record on this measure.
Objection.
Thank you. Thank you. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department of State Operations and Embassy Security Authorization Act is a measure to provide our diplomats with the tools that they need to do the job effectively, as efficiently as possible, as safely as possible. And it's been over 10 years now since the last Department of State authorization bill was passed into law. Now, in the interim, colleagues, our ability to exercise oversight and push for reform within the department has been eroded. That is why it is so essential that we get this authorization into law, because it's not good for Congress, it is not good for the department, it's not good for the taxpayer. Authorizing these programs are going to increase our oversight ability. It will improve members' ability to legislate new programs. It will save money. It will reform old programs. And when we do not authorize, as you know, departments are less accountable. They can drift. As members know, the department's findings and failings on security were laid bare in Benghazi, Libya. The Accountability Review Board, looking into Benghazi, found, and I will quote from that report, systemic failures and leadership and management deficiencies at senior levels within 2 bureaus of the State Department, which resulted in a special mission security posture that was inadequate for Benghazi and grossly inadequate to deal with the attack that took place, unquote. That was the finding. The local guard force in place to protect Benghazi was inadequate. The closure of 21 U.S. embassies in August and the recent closure of our embassy in Beirut demonstrate the continued threat to our facilities and personnel overseas. Indeed, this week, the department renewed its global terrorism alert for U.S. citizens. And this is why this bill authorizes full funding for embassy security. One of the principal functions of the department is to protect our facilities and personnel that are stationed overseas. The other body, our colleagues in the Senate, have also introduced legislation on embassy security, and we have been in consultation with them because we intend to have this signed into law. This legislation carries much of the same language, including language requirements for diplomatic security personnel in line with the ARB report recommendations. We need the security personnel to be able to speak that local dialect. Implementation of the expanded Marine Security Guard program, including a plan to deploy these additional personnel and station them appropriately. We need the Marines at the gate. We need to be able to guard the gate. It needs to be reinforced. Authority to protect soft targets overseas, and regulations for the re-employment of personnel to fill staffing gaps at high-risk, high-threat posts. We need that personnel to be able to get that retraining to speak the local dialect in order to help protect that facility. Importantly, this bill contains a provision championed by committee members, Mr. Radel and Ms. Rankel, which will award local security guard contracts now on the basis of best value rather than lowest cost. For our highest threat posts, we need only the highest quality security personnel, not personnel that's going to flee in the face of a threat. This bill also requires the department to develop contingency plans for increasing security at high-threat posts. These plans must include options for deploying additional military personnel and equipment to bolster security in response to a threat, as well as plans for a rapid deployment of assets in response to an attack. We need a rapid response force to be stood up so that they can be called into action if there's a threat in this part of the world to our consulates or to our embassies. The strong emphasis on embassy security in this legislation, 2848, and the legislation that's over in the Senate is timely and responsive to urgent needs. Working in a bipartisan manner, this bill was able to authorize full funding for embassy security while still producing a fiscally responsible product. Overall, this bill is 9%, a 9% cut from the fiscal year 2012 level, and this includes a cut of nearly 22%, that's $2.4 billion, in department administration costs. Further savings to the taxpayer have been achieved by placing a cap on pay for those personnel stationed overseas, by closing a bureaucratic loophole that allowed personnel to draw both a pension and a salary, except in the most extenuating of its circumstances, by capping the amount of paid time off for employees, and authorizing current employees to fill staffing vacancies. And by doing it that way, we negate the need to hire more Foreign Service officers. So this bill also reforms some of the core management functions of the department by prohibiting those convicted of fraud or embezzlement or theft or other offenses from receiving government contracts in the future. The bill also prohibits funding for proposed Foreign Affairs Security Training Center unless there's an independent feasibility study that's completed and presented to the appropriate congressional committee. This bill also has strong bipartisan support. When I say strong, Mr. Engel and myself have worked with members on both sides of the aisle. We took some 11 amendments. We've worked out the differences. We got bipartisan support in the committee, and I urge my colleagues to vote for this legislation so it can be promptly sent to the Senate and then on to the President for his signature, thereby ensuring that our embassies and personnel stationed abroad are protected at a time of their greatest need. And I will reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2848, the Department of State Operations and Embassy Security Authorization Act, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to say once again, it has been a pleasure to work with Chairman Royce once again in a bipartisan fashion. I'm very proud of what we've done on the Foreign Affairs Committee this year in bipartisan fashion, and this is just another example of it. Everybody had input. All sides had corrections. We incorporated many, many different things together, and I think we have a very, very good product. This important legislation authorizes the resources necessary to protect our dedicated diplomats and provides basic authorities for the State Department to advance United States interests and values around the world. The funds authorized in this bill support all of the State Department's global operations for less than 3% of the Defense Department's total budget. To me, that's a very, very wise investment in U.S. national security. As all of us know, our diplomats and aid workers face unprecedented threats in the Middle East, South Asia, North Africa, and other volatile regions of the world. The attack on our consulate in Herat, Afghanistan 2 weeks ago is a stark reminder of these very real dangers. The bill before us today fully funds the President's request for diplomatic security. This will allow the State Department to construct 6 new secure embassies, support 151 new diplomatic security personnel, and build facilities for 26 additional Marine Security Guard detachments. This legislation also includes a number of other provisions to better protect our men and women serving abroad, including many that were included in an embassy security bill that I introduced earlier this year. Among other things, H.R. 2848 would enhance the coordination between the state and defense departments in times of emergency, require security and language training for State Department employees before they deploy to dangerous locations, and improve the process by which the State Department makes security-related decisions. In addition, this legislation includes elements of a bipartisan bill introduced by Representatives Riddell and Frankel that gives the State Department flexibility to award local guard contracts at high-threat posts on the basis of best value rather than on who had the lowest bid. In the past, having to accept the lowest bids sometimes resulted in poorly trained local security forces that endangered the safety of our diplomats and development experts. Finally, this legislation includes another bipartisan provision drafted by Representatives Perry and Meng that provides additional accountability for State Department officials when their job performance is unsatisfactory. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that we haven't had a State Department authorization bill signed into law since 2002, and the Chairman and I are both convinced that this is something that needs to be changed, and that's another reason we're doing this very, very important bill. In order for Congress to properly oversee the State Department's operations and activities, we need to resume the practice of passing our authorization bill on a regular basis and encourage our Senate colleagues to do the same. Again, I want to commend Chairman Royce for his hard work on this legislation, and I look forward to working with him to further improve the bill as it moves through the legislative process, again in a bipartisan manner. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations, and I would add, Mr. Speaker, the author of important state authorization and embassy security laws in past Congresses.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank, first of all, Mr. Speaker, Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Elliott Engel for crafting this extraordinarily timely and important legislation. This is an important bill, and it must be passed and signed into law. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday of this week, my subcommittee staff director, Greg Simpkins, and I returned from a 4-day trip to Nigeria, including the city of Jos, the scene of recent fire bombings of Christian churches by Boko Haram, a terrorist organization that has killed thousands of Nigerian Christians and some Muslims as well. Boko Haram, like al-Shabaab, the cowards who slaughtered Kenyans in a shopping center in Nairobi this past week, poses serious and escalating threats to indigenous Africans and American personnel overseas. The Embassy Security Act, like the Secure Embassy Construction and Counterterrorism Act of 1999, a law that I authored, is designed to significantly enhance protection of our missions abroad. Specifically, that law, more than a dozen years ago, came to the floor on the heels of an al-Qaeda bombing in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam at our embassies back in 1998. I chaired the hearings following that tragic loss of life. Admiral Crowell testified, who led the Accountability Review Board at that time. But it is clear that the promised action following those earlier attacks have not been fully implemented. There are serious, significant security gaps that must be remedied more than a decade later, and the Royce bill does that. We seem not to have learned the lessons even from the terror attacks against our ambassador and 3 brave individuals in Benghazi. The Royce-Engel bill before us today contains a number of significant provisions, including necessary upgrades for our embassies and consulates abroad. Our embassy in Abuja, Nigeria, Mr. Speaker, was constructed with the upgrades recommended by earlier legislation. Greg and I saw that firsthand this week. But so many older facilities do not meet those high standards, including life-saving setbacks from roads and thoroughfares. Chairman Royce's bill will address those gaps in essential security features at our overseas posts. I'm especially appreciative that the committee accepted my amendment that I originally got passed in the International Megan's Law 3 years ago to limit to 1 year. It passed the House, never got through the Senate, but it limits to 1 year or such time as the Secretary of State shall determine appropriate the period of validity of a passport issued to a convicted sex offender. In 2008, the General Accountability Office found that some 4,500 convicted pedophiles got passports. That's every year. That's almost 50,000 over a 10-year period, the life of a passport. And they travel to places with impunity in Bangkok and all over the world, and they abuse children. Poverty Worldwide has made it even more accessible because more kids now are being exploited. This will now at least give more power to the Secretary of State and the President to mitigate their travel to abuse children. This is an excellent bill. Again, I commend Chairman Royce and Elliot Engel for working in such a constructive, bipartisan way, and I thank the leadership for bringing it to the floor.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York is recognized. Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to a very senior and important member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks of New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel for providing leadership and working together to get a bill done in a bipartisan manner. This is a bill where everybody had their input. And everybody gave some, and everybody said what was involved, and we're able to come up with a bill that is a compromise bill that's in the best interest of all of us, especially the men and women who serve us in the State Department abroad. You see that there's generally two groups of individuals that we have a huge responsibility to. Our men and women on the battlefield who are in the military. And we need to make sure that they have everything that they need for their protection and their success in their mission. Likewise, the men and women who serve as our diplomats. What huge and important jobs that they have. And we have an absolute responsibility to make sure that we give them everything that they need to make sure that they're secure so that their missions can be successful. And that's what this bill does. It looks at it, the security issue, in a manner to make sure that we give them and that our embassies are safe and secure. For example, it wants to make sure it establishes working groups to ensure that new or reopening posts are provided the necessary security measures and funding. Because you know what we had before, where some had to be closed. When we reopen them, we want to make sure that we've looked at it, we've focused, and so that they get what they need. It requires a strategic review of the Bureau of Diplomatic Security to ensure that its missions and activities are meeting current and projected needs. Tremendously important. And it authorizes the state to utilize best value rather than lowest cost for security guard contracts at high risk and high threat posts. Furthermore, which I think is absolutely key, it gives full authorization for the National Endowment for Democracy, of which I once sat as a board member, to support the work of the 4 affiliated core institutes, including the National Democratic Institute and the American Center for International Labor Solidarity, to develop independent media, human rights protections, and other essential democratic institutions, values, and processes around the world. This is great work. This is work that will flourish democracy throughout this place that we call Earth, making it a more peaceful and better place for us all to get along. As we've seen recently, and we've come a long way in the last 4 weeks, moving diplomatically and trying to resolve issues together, if we allow our diplomats and give them the kind of protection that they need, then I believe that we can make sure that this place we call Earth is much safer tomorrow than it is today. And I thank, again, the chairman and the ranking member for the manner in which they worked to resolve and bring this bill to the floor, and urge my colleagues to vote for it.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Forbes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first of all want to compliment the chairman, the ranking member for their hard work on this bill, for the arguments that have been presented in favor of the bill today. But it's because of those arguments that I have to rise today in grave opposition to this bill, because of a provision in this bill that could seriously undercut our nation's ability to protect its embassies. It's been over a year since terrorists attacked our diplomatic mission in Benghazi, leaving 4 Americans dead. And in the wake of the attack, the State Department's investigation board questioned the grossly inadequate security at the mission and recommended that staff at high-threat posts undergo extensive security training at a State Department center. The independent, nonpartisan Government Accountability Office, however, has called current training facilities inadequate and has said that they pose a critical challenge. The State Department has long recognized this serious deficiency and has been looking for a dedicated training site for over 3 years. In testimony before Congress this year, Assistant Secretary Gregory Starr said, "The capacity of the current facility cannot meet our training needs, doesn't even meet our highest threat level requirements, and at some point may not be available to us." And yet this bill on the floor of the House today specifically prohibits the Department of State from developing the center it so critically needs for diplomatic security. And make no mistake about it, it's not because of cost, it's not because of efficiency, it's because of a protection for those inadequate facilities because of the districts they're in. This is an urgent need that must be accomplished in a physically responsible manner, but it's one that this body cannot and must not delay with more bureaucracy. And that is exactly what this bill will do. America has an obligation that we have adequately trained those responsible for the protection of our diplomats and their families around the world. It's absolutely unconscionable that we are prohibiting the State Department from moving forward on the facility they need to prevent another Benghazi attack. And I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill. No vote might not stop it, but it'll send a message to the Senate to fix it in conference. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California.
Speaker, if I could seek time here.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to assure the gentleman from Virginia and all members here, Mr. Speaker, that this committee has been highly attentive to the Benghazi attack, and indeed, that's one of the reasons we're here on this bill. But if I could reclaim my time at this time, Mr. Speaker, to respond, I would like to do that.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to yield myself such time as I might consume, but to the
recognized.
gentleman from Virginia who spoke earlier, I would just note, if standing up a new foreign affairs training center in his district, as has been proposed, is a good use of our limited fiscal resources, then he has nothing to fear from this bill. While there have been proposals to completely prohibit such an expenditure, they are not included in this legislation. But what our bill does do is it requires an independent feasibility study first to assess whether current facilities are inadequate before we spend the better part of $1 billion on a completely new facility. Now, if Mr. Forbes is coming out against this bill, if the gentleman from Virginia is suggesting he's opposed to this legislation, then I would point out that initial estimates by the Department of State are that this new facility could cost up to $950 million and at least $450 million. I would also call attention to the members of this body that Congress has not received a copy of any feasibility studies related to the proposed new Foreign Assistance Training Center, FAST-C as it's called. There are valid concerns that the FAST-C Center is not needed and the same functions could be achieved by collaborating with the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Law Enforcement Training Facility. And further, I would point out that the Federal Law Enforcement Training Facility has quoted a price nearly 50% lower than what it would cost to build the new FAST-C facility. Now, before state moves forward, the Congress needs more information, and the Department of State needs to demonstrate more due diligence on this endeavor, especially in light of the recent facility construction debacles that we've seen around the world, including in Afghanistan. And I'd further point out that in July, the State Department noted, and I'll quote from their report, ongoing serious fiscal challenges, unquote, and the need for, quote, additional due diligence in determining how to move forward with the Fast C facility at Fort Pickett. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there are serious questions about whether the existing DHS facility in Glencoe, Georgia, could be used at a much lower cost to the American taxpayer. We all understand the responsibility to represent our districts, but it should not come at the cost of blocking legislation that will answer the need in terms of security for our personnel overseas. And again, I would point out that this does not prohibit such an expenditure. It merely requires an independent feasibility study to assess whether or not it is appropriate. And I yield back. I'll reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from the gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to a very valuable member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, whose provision will hold the State Department more accountable, and her provision was incorporated into this bill, Ms. Meng of New York.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 2848, the Fiscal Year 2014 Department of State Operations and Embassy Security Act. This bill authorizes funds for the State Department to advance U.S. interests around the world and strengthen our national security. The bill fully funds the President's request for diplomatic security, as I have long urged that it should. Importantly, it also makes several important changes to how we protect our diplomats and embassies abroad and how we ensure accountability at the State Department. Mr. Speaker, this past December, an Accountability Review Board, or ARB, was convened to assess the State Department's policies and response to the attack in Benghazi. However, under the current authorizing statute, an ARB can only recommend disciplinary action against a State Department employee where there has been a quote-unquote breach of duty, a standard which is both very high and very hard to understand. As a result, the Benghazi ARB was unable to recommend disciplinary action against even a single State Department employee. On this point, Mr. Speaker, I refer you to Section 414 of the bill before us today. It is entitled The Revision of Provisions Relating to Personnel Recommendation of the ARB. The section was drafted and inserted by me and my esteemed colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry. By making it easier for future ARBs to recommend disciplinary actions, Section 414 will ensure greater accountability and responsibility at the State Department in the years to come and help prevent future Benghazis. This effort on the part of myself and Mr. Perry is representative of the bipartisan nature of this bill, the first such bill that would pass Congress in over a decade. On a variety of issues, including the crucial maintenance and strengthening of Iran sanctions, the committee has worked effectively and constructively as our country needs it to. This is in large part due to the stellar leadership of Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel, and I thank them so much for their mentorship. It is ironic that our committee stands on the verge of a significant bipartisan breakthrough at this time. Perhaps our work can inspire some much-needed reasonableness and compromise in these halls in the hours, days, and weeks to come. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue to reserve at this time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned before Ms. Frankel had worked very hard, and we incorporated some of her work into this bill as well. So I'd like to recognize Ms. Frankel of Florida for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good example of what happens when colleagues work together. I want to thank Mr. Royce and Mr. Engel very much for including in this legislation a language from a bipartisan bill sponsored by myself and my colleague, Mr. Trey Riddell, also from Florida. And this particular provision would authorize the State Department to use the best value contracting award method in high-risk, high-threat areas around the world, ensuring the safety of American men and women serving our country abroad. And with this bipartisan effort, the State Department will be allowed to consider factors beyond only price in making security contracts, giving the State Department the flexibility and tools they need to keep those who serve us abroad safe from harm and ensures taxpayer money is being used effectively. Mr. Speaker, the attack on our embassy in Benghazi was a tragic reminder of the security environment in which many of our diplomats serve. And it is our responsibility here in Congress to do everything in our power to protect Americans in our embassies overseas. Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Royce and Mr. Engel for your good work. I yield the rest of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
It's my pleasure now to call upon a former member of our committee, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, for 2 minutes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for the great work on an issue that so many of us have noted and advocated for over the years. As a former member of this committee during the time of the Democratic majority, I still continue to have a great sense of the importance of the work. And having traveled to a number of countries and engaged with our diplomatic staff and the State Department, let me put on the record of the crucial work that our diplomatic corps, our diplomatic staff, the staff of the State Department, the Secretary of State, does and is engaged in for the safety and security of the American people. Their work is vital. They are partners with the defense, but more importantly, they're partners for reconciliation and coming together. It is evident by their great work where we are in Syria, along with the president, and of course, most recently, some of the outreach that is going on with Iran. But my main point for speaking today is having physically visited a number of the diplomatic sites in high-risk and high-threat posts. I'm ecstatic about this legislation that provides a matrix along with working groups for security measures and funding, along with a review of the diplomatic security, the support of the National Endowment for Democracy, which when I went to oversee the Algerian election, they were very much involved, as they are and as they were in Egypt and as they were in many other places where there are difficult circumstances. And then, of course, to be able to enhance security for the diplomatic staff and security, to protect the civilian, but also the military. Our Marines are very able, as those who are there at posts, they provide enhanced security for those particular posts. Let me conclude and you have 30 seconds.
I yield the gentlelady another minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much. One of the things that I am most excited about, and I thank the author of the amendment, and that is the issue of best value for security. That is a crucial bipartisan agreement that makes common sense, and that on the security of our men and women who leave these shores and to be instruments of peace, diplomatic engagement, and be the face of the American people in very difficult posts, whether it's Iraq, Afghanistan, whether it may be Egypt, whether it may be Pakistan, and other places beyond, that it is our duty to ensure that the post that they're in has the highest level of security quality, both from technology and also from the physical bricks and mortar. And so I rise today because I wanted to first acknowledge the valiant service of all of those who have served. And I also want to make note of those who we've lost, who have served in the diplomatic corps in places far beyond our borders, and to thank them and thank those who serve in the State Department and who are serving as we speak, and the United States Marines who across the nation, across the world, secure these very valiant public servants. With that, I support the legislation. I thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, I would say, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to reserve my right to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume to conclude. I again
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I again would like to thank Chairman Royce for his efforts in putting this bill together. I have a copy of the bill in front of me. It's H.R. 2848, and it says in the House of Representatives, introduced July 30th, Mr. Royce for himself and Mr. Engel introduced the following bill, which was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. I read that because I think, again, it highlights, as so many of our colleagues have said, that this bill is really Congress at its best and the committee at its best. People had concerns. We worked together. We thrashed them out. We put together a product that those people who are most concerned with this were able to agree. And I hope that will be infectious, and perhaps we can take it out of our committee and move it to the Congress on other things that we're not having so much agreement with these days. But I again want to thank Chairman Royce. The state authorization and embassy security bill is a very, very important part of our oversight of the State Department. And the bill will bolster the State Department's security efforts, and who really can oppose that? So I urge its passage. I thank the Chairman again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Engel. And I would point out again that in the past, State Department authorization bills that have passed the House, even under suspension, have failed due to inaction in the other body. And now, because of the strong bicameral interest in embassy security, we have an opportunity to break this bad habit and return to our core responsibility. Congressman Engel from New York and myself have discussed these issues not only with our members, but with members of the Senate. And if enacted, this bill, of course, will only be the fourth time in the last 17 years that Congress has passed a State Department authorization. And we need to seize this opportunity to move meaningful legislation at a time when members in this body and in the Senate understand that this is a chance to direct this issue of embassy security and provide that additional security. I very much want to express my appreciation for the collaboration I've had with Mr. Engel, with our ranking member, on this piece of legislation. This is a bipartisan bill, as he's shared with you. Together, we have worked to incorporate the ideas of the members of our committee. A large number of those committee members have offered amendments that are in this legislation. So to conclude, I would point out that 2848 is a strongly bipartisan measure. It is fiscally responsible. It is constructive in its reforms. It is deliberate in its efforts to keep our personnel stationed overseas as safe as we can keep them. And I thank you again, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2848 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.